Then we get a chance to rolling. I rolled my die thinking we were starting. Then
yeah, you the roll there for sure. Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm sorry, I'll put it on this side. I can fix the sign input.
Sorry.
That's
yeah, we just make
all right. What am I setting? 355.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's just that now. But the gap is well, we can cover it. Yeah, that's done. Wait until you see the word.
Yeah. John, can you set him up?
This is for the Cherry Blossom Backgammon.
I'll give it 14 minutes.
Yeah, I know where I think.
Yeah, are you doing that or should I get somebody else?
I can ask him to start, yeah.
I can help.
Oh, yeah. If he can, he's back towards the back.
First roll, probably double fours, and they are actually pretty bad, but that's really the only bad number. So this has got to be a pass. And there it is. Sean was just taking his time, doing some due diligence. I would have just insta-passed, but nothing wrong with taking a little time. That's why we have a clock. And, Sean has actually used a lot of his clock. It looks like he only has 2 minutes and change. I'm sorry, John has used almost all of his clock. That was John's decision on the take pass. And now we have, like I said, 4-way, 2-way, which is a critical score. John Klein wants to win the double gammon, and Sean Garber wants to prevent that. So 6-5 run for John, 6-3. He should be coming out and splitting. Oh, he's running all the way? No, he should be coming to the bar, I think. Yeah, coming down. This looks right to me. Pretty much a standard opening play. 5-3 makes a point. That's exactly what he wants to do, if not hit. 5-4. Now, the 5 is clear, but what's he doing with the 4? I think I would probably come up with the 4 rather than come down. You don't want to get hit with 8s and 9s. So I think that's a small error, but I could be wrong. 6-1 makes the bar. 5-4, a great roll. Sean's super happy he made his play now. 4-3. Interesting. I think he just got up and down, up with the 3 and down with. Oh, he just comes into the 6. I guess that makes sense. Don't play with 3 blots. Is that double 6s? Yeah, it is. He's going to make the bar, and then he's going to continue and point out, yeah, because he can win an undouble gammon and win the match. So this makes sense. Oh, double 6s, huge roll. And that's a 6-4. That makes another point. And it looks like he fans again. Missing the dice. Oh, there it is, double 3s. I didn't see the roll. So he comes up, makes a point, comes up, and comes down. And it looks like Sean has huge equity to win the match right here. Double 1s. I think you just bring it in. Yep, that's what he does. Save up one of those 2 blocks in the outfield. Five, 2. I think I'm just running here. Don't need the second bot. You just want to close out. He comes into the 6 point, hoping to pick up that second checker still. No, double 1. He fans. Double 1s, double 2s, double 4s close out. 6-2 is just going to run now. And John needs a bunch of help here. Four, 1, he finally comes in. Either come down or slot the 5. I guess coming down is probably best. The 2-3 will pick and pass. Four, 6, he gets to jump out. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 crossovers for John to save the gammon. He's just going to try and bring this home as efficiently as possible, not wasting any checkers. Wasting any pips, I should say. Six, 4, once again, brings it in, comes across. It's clearly a favorite to save the gammon, but Sean is probably just one big double away from closing the door. 2, 3, bring the 2 in, 3 down. Very efficient. Nope, 5, 1, sorry. Yeah, it looks like he's 90+% to save the gammon now. And that is the gammon saver there. So it's going to be Crawford 4 away. Okay, so it's Crawford. You won't see a cube in this game, but if John happens to win, you'll see the cube very quickly in the next. He opens with a 2-1 in slots, and 6-2 comes out and comes down. John's happy with the start of this game. What does he follow up with? 3-3, it looks like. Yep, he has one more to play. Nope, he played all of them. 4-6 is a hit back. Needed that hit. (6-4), and John's going to hit again. Sean's looking for an anchor if possible. 3-1 is that anchor. Slow stops a lot of gammons. And gammons are important to John because if he doesn't win a gammon, he's going to have to win 2 more games. If he does win a gammon, then he only has to win. It's essentially DMP with Sean just having a free drop. So gammons are quite valuable in this game for John and quite costly for Sean. Double 4s, what a monster joker. It's going to point on him and, come out hitting the second checker. The only risk here is the fact that he had to give up his anchor to come out, but now he just wants to bring this game home. 3-1 makes the 5-point. Wow. What a great roll for Sean. 5-1. 5 kind of stinks, but I just go to the 2-point. I would not go to the ace here. The bars and points not doing a lot. You just want to build points inside your board. It's the best way to do it. You could come out with the 5, but that doesn't seem right either. I wouldn't have gone to the ace here. It's essentially a dead checker. That's a 2-1. He's just going to slash. 4-2. Bring the 4 down. Looking for a 3, 8, or 10 to cover. It's another 2-1 to make the point. There's a 1 for Mr. Klein. But his timing is very suspect. This is not good timing for an ace-deuce back game. He's probably 60 pips more forward than he would like having an ace-deuce back game. 4-2. I would just bring 2 checkers down. It might be right to make the 9, but I like bringing 2 down here. Give yourself, assuming you get missed, more numbers to make the 8 or 7 or 8 points. And that's that double 3s, another big roll, which is not what John wants. I would just leave a single blot and come down to the bar point. And I would make the 4-point, but then I just play a single checker and hope he hits you. Wow. This is, I think, 5-1. That makes that 8-point that I was referring to. This might be right, coming up with the 1, breaking the anchor, allowing yourself to roll 5s and 6s out so you don't crash your board. But that's going to prime. Wow. It's more pips than they would like, but that's an awfully good roll to make that prime because it's very likely that Mr. Klein is going to crash his board down to he's likely losing the 6-point, maybe the 5 points as well. Oh, interesting play by Sean. He decides to hit here. If comes in with the 2. If he had fanned, it would have been great for John, but if he had rolled that 1 and hit, it would have been really bad for John Klein. So I don't necessarily think I would have hit there. If he rolls something like double 3s, 4, 5, 6, 3s, 4s, 5, and 6s, he's on the bar. He doesn't have to play those pips. But here goes that 5-point. But he does keep a 6-point. It does get to keep a 5-point board. I like that play. And is that 3-1? I think he can go to the ace, but I wouldn't do that. I would exactly do this. This is the play I would make. Clear that just kills 1 checker. 5-1, no shots. John desperately looking for a 5. Doesn't get it, but does get a 6, so he only has to play the 2. Doesn't crash his board anymore. Now Sean comes in, and John is in desperate need of a 5 or a 6. And he gets his 5, so he doesn't have to crash his board, giving me still a glimmer of hope in this game. 4-3. Pretty sure you just take 2 off here. And 6-2, so that brings the 6 out and 2 across. Double ones, I would just 2 checkers to the 4 point. I like this. Just really safe. Putting the checkers in position, John is to double ones. What a great roll. I would take 3 off, absolutely. Makes it that much harder for John to win even after he gets a hit. 4. And I guess you just slide this. Five, 1. Prepare to clear from the back. 4-3, he gets a 4. Yeah, not rolling over a 3 would have been really bad there. 5-2, nice and safe. No shots on the next roll either. He goes go ahead and cover, and the 4 will come around. Or down, I should say. Sean rolls a 3-1. I guess 1 checker just off. Five, 3 goes to the 4 point. And John's praying that Sean gives him a shot, because if it doesn't happen this roll, it's probably not going to happen. And double 2s. Shift with 3 checkers and take 1 off. And wow, this one's really looking like it's over now. Unless John can either fan or come in on the ace. He does come in on the ace, so there's a glimmer. But he has to break a point. He breaks the 5 point. That doesn't make sense. He should be breaking the 6 point. You want to clear from the rear. 4-3 for Sean is near gin roll. 4-2. Continue to, and go from 4 to 2. Really surprised John broke the 5 point instead of the 6 point. He's a very good player. He's a grandmaster and someone that, at times I feel like I'm a favorite, and times I feel like I'm a dog against John Klein, and I feel like he should have known he should be clearing from the 6 point, not the 5. It's actually a pretty clear play. It's not a humongous error. It's clearly an error. It might be a blunder, but regardless, it's just a standard play that, and this match is now over. Congratulations, Sean Garber. Moving on in the Masters Jackpot. I'm going to step away for a period of time, and we'll have another matchup for you in a little bit. Hopefully it won't be too long a wait. Looks like there was a hedge, because I see Sean taking out some cash. Nice job, Mr. Garber, and good luck in your next match.
I heard Andy say that.
Sit down. Shut that recording. No.
I heard Andy say that you're allowing people to be in both at the same time.
I'm allowing Ray because he's in the pocket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to get 2 more in before you can re-enter. You would have to get 2 more.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah. Only because he's in the final. Merriman.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna enter.
Well, you'd be waiting until like 3 more after you.
Well, I've got a lot. I mean, the matches that I'm waiting for are in the second round, I think.
That's true, but
No, I'm not.
I know you're not asking like, I'm just saying unfortunately that's true, and it still doesn't.
Yeah, because it'll all come, it'll all merge together.
Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpot.
Adrian is on the bottom side of the table. Looks like that's Adrian playing the red checkers. And I'm not sure exactly why, but I think Marty requested that they change boards. And for me, in doing commentary, I'm happy to be playing on a different, watching a different board. The other board that had dice on it made it somewhat distracting to see those dice in the middle of the board. Gammon Stuff makes beautiful boards. This one's really nice. I love the simple blue and white pips and the baby blue board surface. Nice contrast with the red and white checkers. So this should be a little bit easier. Having the big Gammon Stuff logo in the middle with the dice was somewhat distracting and difficult to find the dice at times. So things should be a little smoother on my end. Good match, handshake, and we're off. Once again, Adrian and Nedelcu playing the red checkers on the bottom. The legendary Marty Store playing the white checkers on the top. Standard 5-2 opening. And Marty responds with a 3-2. Is he just going to split up and come down? That's what I would do. You can also hit. You hit 1 or hit 2. If I'm going to hit 1, I'm probably hitting 2, but I wouldn't be hitting. I would just split and come down. But it's the great Marty Store, so he could be right. Likely is. 4-1. No hit. Now he comes in on the 24 and just comes down. I'm not sure if I would come in on the 24 there. That's reasonable, but I'd be looking at slotting the 5-point. But 6-3, this is definitely just going to make the 5-point and be happy. Don't worry about getting hit with a 2. He says I'm coming out and splitting, really. Coming out and making the point rather than making the 5. Marty could be right again, but I would have just insta-made the 5-point, as I believe Adrian will be doing with this 3-1. Couple of interesting checker plays there by Marty. Okay, 3-1, 3-1. He has another opportunity to make the 5-point. Does he do it this time? Yes. Now Adrian's looking to attack that bar point, hopefully make it. Well, here's the attack with the 1, and the 4 is just going to make the 9-point. And he's close to having a 5 prime, but with that bar point slot. Oh, he brings the 4 in instead of making the 9-point? For some reason, he didn't want to take the spare off the mid, but I would have done it instantly. 9 points, the most underrated point in backgammon. This 3-2 actually is a clear, big reason why he should have made that 9, because it would have blocked the 6s out. Adrian rolls a 5-2. Unfortunately, cannot make that bar point. I think it's just going to come down with the 5 in place, 7-5. Now Marty, who was a dog, is still losing the race, but I think he has a better position because he has an advanced anchor and a slightly better board. But Adrian's clearly winning the race. But Marty has better timing. I can't imagine this is a double, though. Although making the bar point followed by a miss or a non-splitting number might be a market loser, but still, I still don't see it. I'd be surprised if this is a cube. I'd be rolling the dice. Oh, Marty decides to double here. This seems somewhat premature. How far down is he in the race? He's down 50, 60, 72, 82, 88, 88, 99, 100, 150, 161. White has 161, and red has 48, 98, 98, and 44. Wow, he's done. That's 130. He's down like 30 pips. Sometimes it's good to be down in the race, if I counted that right. That's, once again, 48, and 50 is 98, and 44 is 142. No, it's down 20 pips. 19, I think, is the actual count. Can't imagine Adrian passing this. So yeah, Marty does have good numbers like double ones that make the barn come up. 6-1, 4-1, 6-4 all make the bar point. Double fours and double sixes run. So yeah, he has some good numbers, but if he doesn't, like, he's down 19 pips. But Adrian's definitely going through things in his head, and I don't know if he's wants to take and looking for a reason not to, or the opposite, but I believe he very much correctly takes this cube. 6-5. Now, what do you do with this? Do you just run? But no, you're too far down the race. You can't. So he's down 10 pips after the roll. It puts the checkers in a spot to make the 4 point or the bar point perfectly. Adrian's looking to run a checker, if not both of them. 4-5 is not what he wanted. You should just make the ace point. No blots in case you get a shot. Still spares where you want them. Unfortunately, just made a point behind him instead of in front of him. 6-3 is just going to make the 2 point. Once again, Adrian hoping to be able to run a checker, if not two of them. Oh, double threes. That's just what the doctor ordered. He's definitely coming up with 2. And I think you just come out all the way. Make that bar point. And owning the cube, he's clearly the favorite in this game now, winning the race. Yeah, for those of you that are in chat, I haven't opened up YouTube yet. I'm watching this on a direct feed. Just wondering what you guys thought about or if anyone knows what the proper cube action is. So I just think I'm going to come down here, and it blocks his sixes, but I think it's actually harder to get home. So yeah, I very much agree with this play. So I'm going to open up the chat for myself so I can see it on YouTube. And what do you guys, was that cube correct or was it a mistake? There you go. Three, 2. So he does come out with both of them all the way, and it's kind of an ugly 3-2. Oh, I'm sorry. It's for white to play 3-2. I think he just brings it 3-2 down. You can bring in 2 checkers in. I don't know why he would do that. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why this is better than just playing 3-2 down. 6-5. I don't think you can leave a blot here, so you're gonna. I believe he's gonna go to the 2 and 8-2 and 6-1. Fortunately, that kills a checker. He says, "What about this?" And maybe this is one of the reasons why Marty made his play. Now, if he rolls a 1, he's not breaking the midpoint to do so. But now, if he does this, his 4s that hit come out. I would just play quietly. Excuse me. I apologize. It was a late night last night. My doubles match was the last match going. I think we ended just right about 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not the young man I once was. So feeling a little tired this morning. Did have half a cup of coffee this morning with my breakfast. But still feeling kind of sluggish. Could use some energy. We got plenty of good snacks in that room, but being a new diabetic, I can't have many of them. Really probably shouldn't eat anything that they have sitting in there. Stay away from the sugar. $6-5. So I think this is a mistake. This seems like it's too many shots. This is 11 plus 6-4, so it's a 13. I guess if you had brought 2 down, it's still the same number, 13 shots. So maybe this is right. But also, like, what if you were like a 4-1 and you can make the 5 point or the next 4 point? You're going to do it anyways, but now you left that liability out in center field. $6-5. That's just going to cover. That's a nice roll. It's a lot of pips, which is good. Although, even though his timing's a little suspect, if White rolls a 6 here, he's going to be in. If it's not double sixes, he's an awful lot of trouble. 5-1. That's just going to slot the ace and slot the 4. And now it's Adrian's roll again. $5-4. What's he doing with this? This play kills a checker, unfortunately. There is the 2 blot variation where he just runs the checkers from the 18 both. I'm never killing 2 checkers there. Not when your opponent has 2 blots in their board. This is just way too inflexible, and basically you can't improve. 6-4, I think he's just supposed to come out with both. Oh, he can come out and cover with one of them. I didn't see that. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. $6-2, and that's why I wouldn't have killed 2 checkers last roll. This is just a brutally bad roll. Just going to have to bring the other checker in. The 6 is basically forced. $5-3. He does hit the shot. Now, does he pick up the blot or just go to the mid? I'm not sure what's right here. With Adrian having access to the Cuban, that makes a lot of sense. $6-5. I would not make the point. I would just run the back checker all the way to the 6 point. Marty agrees with me. Adrian's trying hard to roll double 4s. Oh, gets close. There's 4-5. Double 4s would have hit that checker that's on this 16 point or Marty's 9. I'm sorry, Adrian's 9. Kills another checker. Not much flexibility left. 5-1, is that? I think it's Marty's turn to kill a checker. I'll just play 16-15. Yep. Adrian's looking for an 8 or an 11. It's a 12 instead. Thank you. Interesting. I don't think you're supposed to move that back checker. I think he just stays right there and comes up with these 2 and then switches from the 6 to the 3, I think is the best play. Oh, he runs all the way. Oh, he is slight. Race is basically even. Huh. I think that's guy actually like a goalkeeper, so I just switched to the 3 point. A lot of shots coming not too many ways for Marty to play safe on the next roll. Needs a 9, 10, 12. Like I said, there are a lot of shots coming here. Double twos is one way. Wow, what a monster shake there. Marty gets a joker. Adrian looking to come in with the 6. 6-4 is safe. 6-5 is home. Oh, 6-5 is a hit back. Wow, and it's forced. So no PR credit there for Adrian. What a two super jokers back to back, the double twos and 6-5. And now 4-3. He's just going to have to run all the way. Adrian's hoping to either hit or just be able to get safe. $4-1. Well, he can save 2 of the blots, but he's still going to have a blot out there. Or yeah, which 2 does he save? I think. This is an interesting one. So if he brings that checker across and makes the 10-point, he'll have 5s plus. Yeah, I think this is fewer shots, and maybe it's even easier to come home. This is 15, 16, 17 shots. And this is just 12. 12 is a lot less than 17, and that's a 5-point board over there, so I think this is right. Double 4s, he can only go part of the way. So Marty's going to play 3, obviously, on the other side of the board, and then the last one, does he come up or come in? I think he's supposed to come up. Try and get home. But this is not clear to me. So if he leaves it there, that's going to be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 shots. If he runs, I think it's the same 15. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. Probably more returns leaving it there. Wow, I have no idea, but he's winning the race, so I would just run. But he's taking his time as he should be, because this is not an easy play at all. The first 3 were easy. The last one, extremely difficult. Vin R, you wrote, don't read the chat for last night's match. What's that all about? Give me a little info. Send me a text if you want. Okay, so... Sorry, I'd stepped away. Looks like he must... I don't know what happened. I missed it. But back to the commentary. Adrian has to leave another shot, and Marty's winning the race. Oh, 2-1. He can either just go by, but picking and lifting seems right. Only 6-5 hits here. And Adrian loses in the race if he fans, so it's good play. 5 what? Is that 5-5? 5. No. It's 5 something small. A little bit of glare on the dice there. 4-1. He doesn't get by. Marty does not get by. Adrian looking for that 1 to hit. Otherwise, or big double. Big double works as well. 5-4. Just runs. And Marty's a considerable favorite now. But anything can happen. Still plenty of time for a big set of doubles. Or just not many misses, and some small doubles will get a game. Win this game for Adrian. Double threes. That's going to be 2. Come on in and take 2 checkers off. Fortunately, that creates a double gap. But Adrian was happy to take 2 checkers off. He says, mind the gap. 6-4. Six, 5. Yep, 9. So yeah, it looks like Adrian needs 2 sets of doubles now. And that does get 2 off, but it's not a double. 2-1. 2 checkers off. One keeps the dream alive. Oh, maybe only needs 1 set of doubles. Yeah, I misspoke. I thought for some reason he was down in it. I didn't see there was an extra checker on White's side. So Adrian just needs any set of doubles. Of course, if you rolled the double ones, you'd have to avoid rolling another one on the subsequent roll. Three, 1. So it's going to, if Marty gives him a roll, he's going to need double 2s or better. Who leads 2-0? Adrian or Marty? And the answer is Marty. No double there for Adrian. Okay. So once again, Marty leads 2-0 in a 13-point match. I'm going to step away for just a minute, and I'll be right back to continue the commentary. Okay, folks, I'm back. Looks like Adrian picked up a point while I was gone. He has an advanced anchor, but he owns the 2 point, whereas Marty has the 5 point. And now with this 5-2, I guess you bring the 5 in. Do you split up with the 2? I don't think there's that much coming in on you, so I would split rather than coming in with the 2. But either play seems reasonable, but I like the split. I want to get those back checkers going. Adrian wants to point on him or run. 6-4 is not really going to do either. It's not really a good roll at all. So what do you do here? You can hit. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I guess take half a roll away from him. And this is actually a reasonable double for Marty, I think. Maybe not quite there yet, but he has 3s, 2s, and 1s, so there are a bunch of hit numbers. 5, 6 misses, but just runs the checker all the way. Adrian hoping for a little hit and cover. And what does he get with it? He gets the 3, and I can't tell what the other number is. 4. Okay. So he just plays as safe as he can, making a point in his board. Now, Marty's looking to possibly cube, but seems like it's a little bit early, so he rolls and gets a 2-1. That's just going to make the 4 point. Not many pips, but that's making a very nice point in front of him. Adrian's looking to perform here. Double ducks. And I think you switch here. I think you put him on the bar and hope he fans and give yourself some time to run your checkers or make another point. I don't think you can let him free roll here. See if Adrian can find the switch here. Yep. He sees it. Is he going to stay with it? He puts it back and he's looking at something else. But I think the switch is pretty clear here. Good play, Adrian. Marty does not come in. So Adrian's looking to make a 5th point in his board. I don't think he's quite near a double yet. Those 2 checkers behind the broken 4 prime. But a 6-5 is a market loser. Rolls that make points are market losers if he doesn't come in. So double 3s. If he does this, 6s and 4s come in, and 6s and 4s come out. 6s and 4s make the point, 6s and 4s come out, but it seems like that's the best play. Double 4s he fans, so now the cube should be coming. And this might be a little bit too risky for Marty to take. I expect him to pass this. You look at just the race, 30, 44, 50, 94, 103 for red, 103 for red, 25, 30, 60, 110, 118, 128, 32, 30, yeah, 132, yeah. He was down way too much in the race to take this. And Adrian's taking a break this time, and he just stepped away. Match is now scored 2-2. And once again, this is live stream from the Cherry Blossom Backgammon Tournament in Reston, Virginia, which is a suburb of Washington, D.C. We're just probably, with no traffic, maybe about half an hour, 40-ish minutes max, I think, to downtown Washington. This is cherry blossom season. I just flew into Dulles myself yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to get downtown. I wonder if all the blooms are still out there. It's when the blooms are out in DC, it turns a beautiful city into a magnificently beautiful city. If you ever have the opportunity to go to visit Washington, D.C., generally it's the first, second week in April where the cherry blossoms are out. I mean, it's just gorgeous. In case you didn't know, all those cherry blossom trees in Washington, or many of them, were donated by the country of Japan many years ago. And it really makes the city look just marvelous. I remember doing a baby daddy-daughter trip down the East Coast many years ago. My daughter was just an infant. She's 16 now, so it's 16 years ago. And maybe it was she an infant, or was she... no, maybe she was like 15 months. Yeah, I guess she was just over a year. I guess that's still considered an infant. But we did a baby daddy trip down starting up in Boston, coming down the coast, and we have some great pictures of her, the two of us outside in Washington, D.C. I think she was actually an infant, so I think it was 16 years ago. She was just a few months old. And we did a nice little trip to the East Coast, visit my family for Passover, and then visit some friends between New York and D.C. It was a really nice time. Amazing that my wife let me take Amelia for I think it was a week, but we had a great time. And now what's going on here? So they're still taking a break. It's 2-2. Once again, this is the Cherry Blossom tournament. 6 weeks from now is the next ABT tournament, and that is my Chicago Open. Right near Chicago O'Hare Airport at the Embassy Suites Hotel this year. Tara and Bill will be working their magic. The Stream Team, Dream Team will be doing their thing, and you'll see tons of great matches this weekend. We have a quadruple elimination Swiss format for the main event for all three divisions: the Open, Championship, Intermediate, and Novice. We have 4 different jackpots. A faster master is one of them, which is instead of having 2 points per minute with a 12-second delay, it's just 1 point minute with a 10-second delay. It's one of my favorite tournaments to play in when it's available. I like a faster master tournament. The idea is actually given to me by Jeb Horton. I think he used to run them at his Charlotte event. And for those that you haven't heard, it is on. We will be playing backgammon in Boston later this year. I'm been asked by the New England Backgammon Club to take over and run the Boston Open, and I've placed it over Halloween weekend, October 30th, 31st, November 1st and 2nd. Interesting double twos. I'm just making 2 points, which is he's thinking about splitting instead of bringing the last one down, which very well could be right after he escaped one checker, but this is the play I'm making. So once again, that Boston tournament is the end of October, beginning of November, and the day before the tournament, the 29th of October, we'll actually have an excursion to Salem, Massachusetts, and we're going to visit a witch museum, a couple haunted houses, have a nice traditional New England dinner. Hopefully, I'm guessing I'll be having a lobster roll that night, one of my favorite things to have when I go back to Boston. Nothing like a lobster roll. You got to say it right. It's not lobster roll. It's lobster roll. That's how we say it in Boston. Yes, I am known for my Chicago Open, and I live in Chicago. I've been there many years, over 20 years now. But I am originally from Boston. So if you've seen me in the past, you may have seen me wearing a Red Sox, Bruins, Patriots, or Celtics jersey. Double twos, it looks like. He can make the bar and come up. He can point on head. He can just make the 5 point. Oh wow, this is an interesting one. Nice options here. I'm not sure which I really have no idea. I guess counting the race is kind of important. Let's just count crossovers. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14 crossovers for Ed, 10, 15 for White before the roll. So the race should be pretty close. Red might have a few pip advantage. So what is correct here? This is a little bit of this and a little bit of that. That was the first play I saw, so it kind of blocks that back checker in and makes an advanced anchor. And Adrian, it's a nice 6-3 to hop that pseudo prime. And he's hoping Marty doesn't roll a 2, and then it'll be just straight up holding game for Marty. But he does get the 2. He brings 2 down. Adrian needs to pop that guy back out or roll a small double and make a point in front of him. 5-1. That's not particularly a good roll. I think he got it. Oh, it's a 4-1, not a 5-1. Did he misplay, or was that actually a 4-1? I thought it was a 5-1. I'm getting old. I'm wearing glasses. I can't see as well as I used to. Marty does not double. I would have considered it as he did, but he decided to hold off. You can't leave that check in there and get hit. This is basically an even game after this 5-2, assuming Adrian can pop out. Thank you for the kind words, Dave. Late Cube. I can see a picture, but I can't tell who that is. Ah, that must be Amy Latek. Yeah, oh, Latek Cube. Ah, I see what you did there. I like that. Yep. So Michi, for those of you who don't know, is going to be running a beginner's workshop or boot camp, is what I like to call it. There are 6 spots available. 2 have been taken. If you are interested in playing this, attending the workshop, it's a 5-hour session from 5 till 10 p.m. the day before the Chicago Open starts. Actually, it's while the BMAB is going on. So it is going to be that's Wednesday, May 21st. Once again, from 5 to 10 p.m. 4 of the 6 spots are taken. If you're interested, just go ahead and DM me or send me give me a holler, email. My cell phone is and email are on my website, which is chicagoopenbg.com. And though it hasn't been launched yet, there's just a holding page for Boston. The Boston website will be somewhat similar to the Chicago website. It will definitely have the same look and feel in terms of layout. Obviously, the color scheme will be different. Well, that's a massive joker by Marty there, double sixes. And that, assuming he's as much ahead in the race as I think. Oh, double fives. That's going to make this a non-double, as the race is now super close. But as we're saying about Boston, the website is bostonopenbg.com. If you go there now, you'll see it just says coming soon. And I've been building the website. I have a few things I need to fix before I go live, including the registration form. And we will have a beginner's workshop that we put on by the USBGF. Tom, Jane, and Julius High will be running the beginner's workshop in Boston. And once again, the Michi is running a boot camp in Chicago, and that's before the regular tournament. So it looks like Adrian has a small race lead. This is pretty close, though. Anyone's game. And Marty says, not anyone's game anymore, unless Adrian rolls a big double. This might be double pass, depending on how many pips he took advantage with those 24. But it looks like it's that should do it, I believe. I don't think Marty's even going to count. He's just going to send the cube. I just decided to count. So that's 50, 60, looks like 67 for white. And that's 45, 50, 62, 65, 75, 79 for red. So yeah, this is just a straight double pass. 67 to 79 is just too much. Adrian has a slightly better bear off, so he has maybe a couple pips less of wastage, but it's not going to be enough to make this a take. Adrian does pass. Marty takes that 3-2 lead with those 2 sets of double sixes. Adrian responded nicely with double fives after the first one, but couldn't get the job done after that second set. Ah, I see what you're saying. I just saw your comment, Miss Latek. I like that. Dimitri, what are you saying about just send Rory money? What is that in reference to? Am I missing a comment or something else? Okay. Once again, 3-2 for Marty. He's coming in. 2-1 just comes up all the way. I think I would have slotted there. Come in on the 23 and slot 5-3. He can run, but Adrian says I'll point instead, which is a very reasonable play. Take half a roll away from Marty. Rolls double threes, double 6-6-3. He doesn't get to play those pips. Also, I didn't see that checker on the bar point. So yeah, that was definitely right to point there. Makes the 5-point of splits. It's a pretty good roll, the double ones. Adrian's looking to hit or get safe. 5-2 will make the 11-point. That's pretty good. Then Marty will try and return the favor and make the bar. Get his holding game set in. Oh, the 4-1 does not get that holding game set. So this is a poor roll for Marty. Adrian's going to be on the attack. Try and make the bar point or hit a couple checkers. A lot of options or a lot of potential good stuff for Adrian on this next roll. But Marty still has a 1 to play. He's trying to decide if he wants to safe up that checker, if he wants to anchor just to reduce the number of double hits, and that seems like the right play. I like this. And Adrian, half a second thought about doubling and said, not quite enough yet. And that's a 6-5. He just run home. Hope Marty doesn't anchor. Yeah, you're definitely winning the race, my friend Adrian. I don't see any other play here. There we go. And Marty's looking to roll a 5 to make that holding game set, but he doesn't. But he does get the 4-2. It makes the rack. Rack is when you own the 4, 5, 6 in your home board. It's a very strong position. And now he gets he makes the bar. I apologize. Makes the bar with the 6-4. The only return shot is the 5-6. If he doesn't get it, Adrian will have a pretty strong advantage in this game. 5-2. I don't think he can come in deep, so you just got to come in on the 20, and he decides to come down rather than slot the bar. I think that's a little more flexible. I think my instinctive play would have been to slot the bar, but this makes a whole lot of sense. 3-1 makes the point, and Marty needs to perform, or we should be seeing a cube very soon for Mr. Adrian. Yes, if you want to register for Michi's boot camp, you can pay Michi directly that weekend, but you do need to register in advance, though. Like I said, I have 4 spots taken, only 2 spots available. It is, $250 per player. And you can Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle me. All that is fine. And I think is that an intentional typo or is that a mistake? Moochies. Haven't seen Moochie before. And as I suspected, Mr. Store didn't perform well enough, and Adrian got a double pass. It's a great, this boot camp run by Michi is a great time, opportunity for a newer player to pick up some great knowledge. He has run this the last 2 years, and once we get the 6-player set, I have a group chat with those 6 players, and I'll ask them what topics they would like to see Michi cover, and Michi will organize the session around the topics that the players have requested. He is one of the best backgammon teachers in the world, without question. Not just one of the best players, but one of the best teachers as well. I guess many of those are similar, go hand in hand, being a great teacher and player. Double 2s for Marty, yeah, just switch up, make that 20. Nice security there. Adrian's looking for an advanced anchor of his own or maybe a hit, and that's the hit. Someone's showing us a bunch of like and love. Thank you very much for that. Five-3 just comes in and comes down. Adrian needing to safe up that blot, and that will do it. He can make the 4-point, but I think not getting hit is more important. since he's winning the race. Marty will now try and make some blocking points in front of him. Our target point right now is the 5 point. Also, 6-3, that can make the bar, but then leaves a direct shot. So I think the 6-3 is just going to come around the horn and have nice builders for the bar and 5 point. I didn't think it was intentional. He's driving and watching the stream. That doesn't sound very safe, Mr. Dimitri. Are you really that much addicted to backgammon that you must drive and watch the stream at the same time? Or is it just the soothing tones of yours truly that are keeping you awake as you drive? 3-1. In my question, there's no just make the 5 point 100% every time right there. If he happens to hit, then you still have a blot in your board. 3-1. Marty should look at the possibility of cubing here. And I'm pretty sure I would be doubling. The race is fairly close. Let's count the crossover real quick. It's 14 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, Marty's losing the race, but there are 2 blots in Adrian's home board. He has the 5 point anchor, so he's virtually never getting gammoned. Making the bar without him coming up is a market losing sequence. So yeah, this to me, I'd be sending the cube here. I'd be surprised if Marty doesn't, especially based on the cubes we've seen from earlier in the first game of the match. And there it is. Hey, Alex. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. And Adrian does take. Marty gets his 4-3 that makes the bar. Now Adrian needs a 2. 2-6 would be marvelous. Double threes. It's not... my first 2 are down. He makes the 4 point with this next one. I think I would have kept the bar point and... there you go. Okay, so he's played 2 down. I would make the ace and then play 6-3, but actually just 2 clearing the bar might be right here, but I think you want to keep the blocking points as long as possible. 6-5 to just bring 2 down. Adrian would love a 2-6 here. Hop that prime. 2-5. I think you just got to step up, and the 5, you can't break a point, so you got to kill a checker. But you got to try and get out of there, I believe. He's thinking about clearing a point, but like I said, I would be trying to escape. Six, 5. He's going to hit with the 5 and eject with the 6 or double slot. I think I eject, meaning come off the 20. It's very dangerous. It feels like it might be very, very dangerous, but I think it's clearly the best play. Vinny asks, where is there a good deep dish pizza in Chicago? There are many great deep dish pizzas in Chicago. My wife's family frequents and has for longer than I've been around. So over 20, 30, 40 years. A place called Lou Malnati's. It is a small chain. They are deep dish pizza with a butter crust. The sausage is the standard. They actually will put a whole sausage patty like this big on top of the pizza, or you can ask for it to be crumbled up. I kind of prefer it to be crumbled up rather than having to cut through the sausage on the top of the pizza. But it is their thing. They also make really good garlic and spinach if that's what you're into. And they have some nice salads on their menu as well. 3-1. Well, there's no question where the 3 is. And now the question is the 1. I think I actually play 6 to 5. Let's see. This is 2-6 double 4s, 5-3. The other one is 6-1 is blocked, so it's fewer shots, I believe. Or maybe it's about the same, but I don't know. It just feels like it's another builder. This is more shots. This is 11 direct shots. I would not do this, but this actually could be right because it keeps the prime, the holding points. Interesting one. I like 8-7, but I'm sorry, 7-6, but clearly not sure about this one. I don't know if this is right, but I understand what he's doing here or what he's trying to do. 6-1 is a fan. Now Adrian's looking for a 6 to escape, or maybe a 5 to cover. 8's cover. 1's lift. 5-1, that will clear the 7 point. No reason to leave a second blocked. That's another fan. Adrian, I do not think he'll be redoubling until he springs that back checker. Just too volatile a position. But I could be wrong, and he knows how good Marty is, so he might double a little bit earlier than expected, knowing that 4-2 makes a point. Now, if Marty doesn't come in, I like the cube. He's made the 5th point. And Marty rolls this double 6s that Adrian wants. It is now time to send the cube. This is a really difficult take. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it is a take. And Marty does not want to play with an elevated cube with potential gammon chances against him. That's not the style of game he wants to play. So I expect this to be a pretty quick pass. He's already taken more time than I would have. But he's doing his due diligence, trying to make the best decision. I'm going back and forth, so I'm not watching this live, which means I'm watching a different feed than you guys are, so I'm flipping back and forth between the commentary and the stream that I'm watching. But actually, I guess I can just change the size of the window. Oh no, they're in 2 different tabs. There we go. So I can get the commentary up on the screen at the same time. He's still thinking about that cube. A lot more time than I was spent on it. No, I was, and there is the pass. I have not been ignoring you for 90 seconds at a time. I just flipping back and forth between the 2 windows. Let's see if I do this. Oh, there's the chat. Okay, this works. Okay, so now I have the match and the stream side by side. So there'll be less. There's still going to be a delay between my responses and the questions, but maybe I can reduce it some. Yeah, it was a great cube, but it was a pretty easy cube, and it was Marty thought it was a difficult decision. I thought it was a really easy decision. Marty does not want to play with an elevated cube value with potential gammons against him. Again, he's one of the best players in the world, so he wants to reduce volatility where that would have been super high volatility against him. Okay, Marty has the advanced anchor. Adrian rolling to come in. At 4s and 10s to hit, rolls a 5-3, so he just comes in with the 3 and brings the 5 down. 4 or 5 will make the point, and I assume he's going to hit with the 5 as well. Alex says, try pop-up chat. I'm not sure what that is, but I have the window now where I see the chat side by side with the feed that I'm watching in 2 different windows, so I'm good. But what exactly is pop-up chat? Ryan says he would have taken that. The great Ryan Rebello would have taken that cube. Can someone put that cube in, that 4 cube that was sent to Marty? I am curious. Ryan said he would have taken that. Someone put that in for me. I thought it was a clear pass, and based on skill levels, and Adrian's no chump, but Marty is truly a great player. I think with the skill level, unless it's just a monster take, I think Marty made the right decision to pass, because there was some serious gammon potential. Alex, can you put that cube in for me? That 4 cube that we just saw a minute ago? Or Vinny? Okay, Marty's looking 2s and 3s hit. That's a 2-5. That's going to hit, and the 5 is not particularly great, but I make Rory to half laugh so my coffee tastes better now. I don't understand that one, Francisco. Explain that one to me. 6-5, and Adrian gets to come home. And now Marty's playing a standard 20-point holding game. Yes, Vinny, but was it right? That's why I want to see what the XG analysis was. I have actually XG on this computer, so I could do it. I just trying to do the. Ryan thought it was an easy take. Wow. I believe the reason Ryan's not here is he's in school, being studious. Double 2s. He can make the 2-point. He can run a checker out, but that leaves a shot. I don't think he wants to leave a shot, even though he has a better board. Yeah, I think I actually just make the 2-point. Oh, you can come out to the bar. I didn't actually think of that. Nice play, Marty. I for some reason, that keeps more direct contact on the checkers he's trying to bring home. If he doesn't roll a double, he's likely to get a shot. Ryan, did you put that cube in, by the way? Can you put it in XG? Double 4s, and that roll ended the game. Take by 400? He had won the checker at the edge of a prime with... Wow, I am shocked that that's a take. Especially by 400. Yeah, why do they have me on commentary? I don't know. I understand this game at all. I've been playing 30 years and just clueless. He was at the edge. I guess there aren't that many gammons because he has the anchor. He has 6 checkers outside. Yeah. Nope, you definitely haven't lost it, Ryan. So it's 6-3. Adrian forging ahead, increasing his lead against the great Marty Store. Adrian says he's not that great. Do you know who I am? Wow, 409 blunder to pass. Wow, that's crazy. I gotta look at that one after this match. Okay, Francisco. If you have Bailey's, you should be sharing. I enjoy Bailey's in my coffee as well. Actually, I like my Frangelico in my coffee. That's my personal favorite. Although a little Godiva chocolate liqueur is also nice. But Frangelico, which is a hazelnut liqueur, for those of you who didn't know, is a really nice additive to coffee, especially in the evening hours. Yeah, looks like we have about 49 watching the stream now. Is that right? I had to refresh. I have to refresh to see the updated numbers. Yep, 49 watching with 20 likes. If you're watching, why don't you smash that like button? See if we can get that nearly everyone watching to be a liker as well. And if you haven't subscribed as well, over 6,000 subscribers now to the US Backgammon YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. You'll get notifications every time we go live with another tournament. Okay, 5-1 for Marty. I guess he just makes the point. Kind of an interesting advanced anchor. Vinny says sixes don't grow on trees. Maybe they don't grow on your trees, but I planted a 6 tree in my backyard and they grow really well, even in the winter months in Chicago. Henry Labard is in the house. Hello, Mr. Labard. Thank you for that contribution you made to Amelia's college fund last time we talked. Actually, I'm doing commentary. I have you guys as a captive audience. I'm going to ask you about something I did recently and was wondering your opinion in general. So one thing I really have avoided over the years is asking for money online. And my daughter asked me to do it because she was doing a fundraiser for a high school club she's in called Dekhtyar. It's a marketing entrepreneurs club. She just goes to competitions, and the school every year does a fundraiser through a website called Snap, I think it is. I can't remember. And their goal was about 15,000 to raise. They used to have just 20, 30 kids in the club, but now there's over 60. And if the school has actually been done enough fundraising to actually pay for all the expenses of the kids attending the competitions, including nationals. The kids have never had to pay their way, which is great. So I posted the link on Facebook to the fundraiser, and I was really, really, really surprised. It's the first time, like I said, I ever asked for any kind of money online. It just doesn't feel right generally to me. But my backgammon community and friends and supporters really came out, not just for me and Amelia. I think we raised just about $1,000, and I was really surprised at how many people donated, and I thought it was really nice. Made me feel appreciated for the work that I've done in promoting and making backgammon tournaments. And also, I know many of you have known Amelia for many years, and I'm sure she's the reason why you donated even more so than me in some cases. But what do people generally think? Should I have posted that? Should I not have? Do you feel uncomfortable making a donation to someone that's doing a fundraiser and promoting it online, or is it just the society we live in today? So it looks like it's a mutual holding game building. Marty has a 5-2 asset side if he wants to run that back checker and make the 16 or just come around. Seems like if he's winning the race, running is right. If he runs, let's count the crossovers. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 crossovers. And so it looks like he's down in the race a little bit, but it actually seems pretty close. I'm not sure which is right. I wish I was growing a money tree. I've planted them many times, but they don't grow like 6 trees do in Chicago. Maybe I need just different. Maybe I need climate change. Six, 3, he has another opportunity to run the checker all the way. Otherwise, it doesn't really play well. So I think this is definitely time to run with that 6-3. What is the race after he runs? That would be 39, 49, 59, 61, 71, 81, 91, 01, 11, 20, 37. 137 for white after the roll. 137. And red has, that would be 50 and 90, 132. So he's down 5 pips, but I just don't like the way the 6-3 plays otherwise. I mean, he doesn't want to break the 9 point, and that's the only other play I see. So it seems like, yeah, it's just time to go. $5-1. I don't want to get hit, so I'm not leaving that blot. Yeah, I'm commentating on the backgammon match, but yeah, we have time for other spoons of thought. 6-5. The $30 you sent me in Venmo, Henry, I made a slightly sarcastic comment calling that a contribution. I like your comment, Vinny. And unfortunately, yeah, I'm just 3-2. You can pick and pass, but that kills a checker. You can just hit. I think Adrian should just play safe. I would just bring the checker in. It is a somewhat awkward position. But I think I just play into the 6 point. I like your comment, Mr. Francisco. This one you don't have to translate. I'm good. Thank you. $5-4. Marty can run, but does he want to? The reason why he may not want to is because he's still down the race a few pips, and Adrian is somewhat of a fragile position. But Marty says, yes, I will run. Adrian is winning the race, but is 3 checkers on the ace point, which is a bunch of wastage. 4-3. Adrian just brings those 2 guys closer. Marty with a 4-2. Just come to the 7, yeah. And that's a 6-5. He's just going to come down, put him in position to make points in his board. Enjoy his race lead. Marty has a 6-1. He doesn't really want to leave those shots in the outfield. He does want to break a point in front of him. So how about a little 2 checkers off the 7 point? A hit is nearly fatal, so I think 2 in is right. And Marty seems to agree with my thought process here. So I want to give a bunch of credit to Ben Friesen for running this great tournament. My 3rd straight year here since Ben took over. Always have a good time. Haven't had many great results yet, but double 2s. I thought it was looked at it wrong. I thought it was 3-2. And I can see a 3, and the other one there's a glare. You get those Tyra Mendocino dice, so I guess it was a 5-3. Adrian rolls a 6-5. He can make and dump. He could have come out with 2, but this is probably right. 6-3, that will just come all the way to the 4 point. Two out is what he's hoping. How about none out? 4-3, you just clear from the back, I believe. No, I don't think you should break the 5. I think you should break the 6 and slot the 3. This could be right. I would have just played 2 off the 6 point, though. Marty's thinking about that cube now. Let's get a quick race count. That would be 30, 48, 50, 68, 78, 87. So you should have 82 now. Three, 2 makes the 4 point. Makes the 3 point, I apologize. And now Marty's going to think about the cube again. Once again, 30, 48, 50, 60, 70, 82. I was right. 82 for white. 40, 50, 60, 72. So he's down 10 pips, but that is a lot of wastage. And he might crash his board even more. Marty goes ahead and doubles. I think this should be a take. Seems like a pretty clear take. I like your comment there, Vinny. I think even if they don't stream it, just have a proper internet connection. Because I unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to even try and watch any of the Team World Championship, but I've watched parts of it in the past and really enjoyed the commentary. I get to actually hear in the past I've heard one of my absolute favorite commentators there, and that is, I'm blanking on his name, of course. I'll come up with it eventually. Old age is setting in here in my body. My mind is not working as well as it used to. My memory is going. My eyes are going. I have diabetes. It's all downhill from here. Adrian's racing. Very happy to be racing, leading the race by so much. And 2-1. This could be a cube. He's down a crossover, but take your time, Adrian. Count the race. Oh no, I'm sorry. There was a cube already. I apologize. I mis looked at it. So yeah, this definitely would not be a recube. 6-2 for Marty. Adrian looking to take a checker off this roll, if not 3. But I can't imagine he's redoubling here. That's cock dice. Reroll. Adrian doesn't want to see any 1s come out of these dice. That's that 3 off roll, and this game just ended. Wow, big roll. Adrian's about to take a 8-3 lead. And once again, I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. I'll be back shortly. Enjoy watching, assuming they don't take a break. Yep, looks like they're continuing, but I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll be back. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah, I'll call Janet real quick. But yeah, you can tell you what. I'll give you a $5 discount on it too. 25. Go to
The other one said,
Okay, folks, I'm back. Hopefully you behaved when I was gone. Yeah, thanks for the kind comment, Mr. Terry. Appreciate that. So it looks like while I was gone, Adrian scored another 2 points. And Marty picked up 1. So it's 10-4, which is a 3-away score, which if you've ever known Stick Rice, you would know that the 3-away, many-away score is a score where you want to be very careful with the cube because the window is very small. Doubling can be a really big error. 6, and I think you just hit 6-5. There you go, Adrian. If he doesn't roll a 4 or 5, there's lots of gammon equity here. Hey, Bill. Good to see you out there joining the chat. I am a great promoter of streaming, for sure, but not just all streaming. What you and Tara have put together. Ooh, Adrian doubles here. I'm guessing it's a wrong decision just because it is so often, but wow. Is the gammon equity just too big? Is this a combination of too good and not good enough? Or could this just be one of those small windows where it's correct? And Marty just passes. So I wonder, that's a really interesting cube. Can someone put that in? Let me know what the right decision was. Was the cube action correct by chance there? As I was saying, I love streaming. I think it's really important, especially when it's good, or when you and Tara do it, it's better than good. It's great. It's exactly what we should be doing in backgammon. The level of professionalism you and Tara bring to the streams that are out there are just second to none. It's just fantastic work, and it really, it's a big expense for me. As part of my business expense for the Chicago Open is the stream itself, aside from the hotel contract itself. But I find that it's worth every penny. And I think it's one of the reasons why my attendance has continued to grow is because people see what's going on in Chicago and want to be part of it. And you and Tara are a huge reason why it's continued to grow. Henry asked what time the dinner break is. And USBGF responded. Anything else? No, Vinny, I just need to step away for a bit. I'm wearing glasses now in case you didn't notice. And my eyes get very tired very quickly. I'm not fully adjusted to wearing glasses on a regular basis. Oh, he decides to make the 2-point. I think I may have run a checker there. So Ryan thinks that was a big mistake for Marty to pass. Is that Eric Peterson in the house? It is. And Marty sends a cube and just gets scooped by Adrian. Oh, does he not see? Oh, that's 4-2. I thought it was 4-3. I was like, he doesn't see the hit? No, I just can't see the dice. 6-1. That looks like a hitting number. He has not hit yet because it breaks the anchor and creates 3 blots. I understand the hesitation, but the hit's got to be right there. 4-6. He's just going to come in and come out. It was a monster take. I'm not surprised. 3-1. Now Adrian can hit and safe, or you can just play the back checker safe. I'm not sure the hit's right here, but it seems reasonable. Oh, 1-6 is a terrible, really not a good roll for Marty. He creates 2 blots. Puts another check on the 24-point. Adrian's trying to bring this bad boy home. And that's a 2-5. Oh, wow. Not only does it hit, but it makes the point. So he only has 1 blot now. That was a really big roll. Marty's looking to make a double anchor. Instead, he gets another 1-6. Those checkers on the 24-point is not where he wants to have those checkers. Adrian's looking to make an inner-board point. It's a 2-something. Oh, double 2s makes the point. And this is looking... that lady is warming up her voice. She's starting to sing. I can hear the lady's voice. Adrian says no shots. Bring 2 down. Get him in position. 6-5. Looks like Marty's might be crashing his board momentarily, which makes it even that much more difficult. 1 and bring the 6 in as well with another builder. I guess this is okay, but I think in is better. Double 1s will make a couple points. 5-4, 5, and move along the outfield. Yep. And Marty desperately needs a 2 here. Oh, 6-5. He has to break the 6 point. This match is looking pretty close to over, folks. 6-3. Come into the 4 point. And you got to split with the 2. You don't want to crash your board anymore. Five, 1, just come into the 5. Oh, I'm sorry, he can hit with, yeah, for sure. I didn't see that checker there, although I did know he put it there because he had the 2-4 on the previous roll. Marty finds a hit there. Now he's trying not to roll an ace. Hoping to come in with the 6. 4-1. I guess actually an ace would have been good because it just stops him from making that point. Adrian just needs to roll a 6 and come on home. Marty needs some 2s in a hurry. That's a 5, and I can't tell the other number. Maybe a 1. Yep. Double 3s, breaks another point. Yep, just got to clear the 5 point. Adrian fans again. Marty's hoping for a 2. Nope, 5-3. Double 4s is a fan. Four, 2 gets a split. Another checker. Adrian really wants to come in now, but not much danger yet. But he still keeps fanning. Wow, look at all these fans. And Marty hops another checker. And there, oh no, I thought that was a 5. I guess he did not come in. 5-4, Marty comes around the horn. Can Adrian finally enter on this 4-point board? There he is. I see a 6, and I can't tell the other number. Oh, 2, nice flexible number. Marty's looking for double 2s. Instead, he gets double 3s. Adrian just trying to make that prime, make that 3-point. Not yet. Come around the horn. Is that double 3s? 2, 3, and go to the 2-point. Yeah, no reason to leave a shot here. Five, 3, bring it in. Yep. Marty wants that double 6s he rolled last roll. Said he gets a 4-1. So this is the second round of the Masters. Whoever wins this, look like it's going to be Adrian. We'll have another match shortly thereafter. Playing the jackpots all day today until this evening when the main event starts. For the first time here in DC, the main event starts on Friday evening instead of Saturday morning. 6-2, nice and safe. Nice spare distribution, except for that checker on the deuce, extra checker on the deuce, but still very nice distribution. Unlikely to leave shots here. Adrian gets 4 off, and But with that double fives, it left a few more shot numbers. I think 6 shot numbers here. That's not one of them. Double threes again. And now if Adrian can avoid leaving a shot, the match will be over. Congratulations, Mr. Nedelcu. Moves on to the 3rd round of the Masters Jackpot. I believe both of these gentlemen lost their first and rebought. Congratulations, Adrian, once again. We'll be back in a little while with another great matchup for you guys. Talk soon.
Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candace Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far, we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're going to have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the U.S. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026. Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candice Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far, we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're going to have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the U.S. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026.
We're okay with the cube here, where it's in the middle?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Hello, hello, sports fans. Marty Storer here. I'm going to comment on this Masters Jackpot match between the redoubtable Alan Hodis, actually, I think A-L-E-N, versus Grant Schneider. Now, we have 0-0, and we have a sort of a not very hard position going on here. Grant has just decided to put a third checker onto his 22 point. Now Hodis is playing. Oh no, that was Hodis. Okay, Al Hodis is playing white at the top. Grant Schneider, I believe from the DC area, experienced player, is playing red, and he's on the bottom. So, yes, they spelled Al Hodis' first name right, A-L-E-N. He started life, I think, in New York as an avid money player. I remember seeing him around when I was a young sprout there, too. And he has, in the last few years, maybe in the last 10 or something, Hodis has come back to backgammon. And he has learned the modern style somewhat, right? We all struggle. Now, Hodis's game plan in this position is to hit from the 23 point or roll double sixes and win the race right now. And there is a crummy number, but it's average maybe. So he wants to hold his 5-point board in case he can get a shot now. Now, Grant Schneider must play a 5, 7 to 2. And then his choice is, do I play 7 to 4, which is sort of a standard thing to do, is to leave the outside, the hardest 2 points to clear the 8 and 7 point, leave even on the end there. Because any other three, either it's 5 to 2 making the 2 point or 4 to 1 making the 1 point, would leave an odd number. And that tends to, so Hodis has said, I'm going to maintain a 4-point board as long as possible. And he switches to his 3-point. And now we've got is that a 4-1 by Grant? All right, so he could say, all right, I will keep all my landing points, or I could clear my 8-point and leave a couple of blot numbers, 6-5, 6-6-5, 6-5 and 6-6, or 4-4. But clearing a point is a good thing to do. And stacking checkers under 1 point in a position like this is not usually good. And Grant Schneider is ahead in this race, and so he wants to come in quickly, and the gains of keeping the 5-point prime are very negligible. Now there's a blot number. What do you know? 6-4. These 3-point anchor or 22-point anchor games are, more. There are more winning chances to those than many people used to think. So now Hodis plays 18 to 17 with the ace. Of course, he has to hit. And 18 to 17 is, I'm almost sure, the right ace. And now we go 6-5, I think. Oh, he says 5. He was playing a 5. I'm not sure. Okay. No, that's illegal. He must think it's a 6. He must think it's a 5-3 or something. So now he's played a 6, and now he's looking at the 5, and that's exactly the thing to do. And he says, all right, I'm going to. If he's going to hit me, he has to do it with double 6 instead of 6-5. And there was some reason he might want to leave a 6-5 for Schneider instead of a 6-6, but he's decided he won't do that. Now, I guess with a 6-3, he can make his 10-point and go 4 to 1, and that's, it blocks a double 5, and it doesn't waste as many pips or something. So and it's better for the race. And so now Grant has run around, and Hodis is going to go. He's going to cross over once to his 5-point, and then he's going to bring both of his outside checkers in range of desirable points. He's still an underdog, but maybe not as big as you might think. And there's a boxcar, 2 boxcars. And now I'm going to say Hodis is the favorite. So he's hit, and he has rolled a big double. So now Grant Schneider is going to go 6 to 3 and 1 off. And now Hodis has got, has he got 2 checkers off? Yep. And so does Grant Schneider. And Hodis is ahead in the pip count, and by a substantial number of pips. And you can, instead of just looking at the raw pip count, you can do an adjusted pip count. And I'm pretty sure this is a pass, but I'm going to do my adjusted pip count anyway. Get 48 adjusted units, Keith count units for Hodis. And I get 48 for Grant, and that would be redouble pass. And he takes, I better check that Keith count again. And there's a boxcar. That's the end of it. I might have shorted. It might have been really 50 to 48, Hodis's favor. Now that would be In a situation like this, that would be a redouble take, but I'd have to. I'm getting a little vaporish in my old age, so I can't. My quick adjusted counting is not as quick as it used to be, and now that's. Is that the end? That's the end because Grant has 9 checkers left. He can't get 9 off in 2 rolls. So Al Hodis has taken a 4-0 lead. It would be very interesting to look at that. Really look at that redouble. Now, I don't know if I have Extreme Gammon on this. I do. I actually do have Extreme Gammon here. Ah! I don't want to mess with the display, and I'm not confident that I can pull up Extreme Gammon and not mess something up. So now 4-0 to 13 is probably high 60% winning chances according to Extreme Gammon's table. So 6-5 run by Hodis. Now 2-1 slotting is right. It's right by. It's substantially right as these things go in the opening. So there's prime and anchor attack a blot, the old saying, and 2-1, is a good prelude to attacking a blot. Now this is an indirect way to attack a blot. It's a good play, I believe. He makes his 5-1 with a 1. Now he's got a stronger board, and he comes out to Al Hodis' bar point. That's a diversion against Hodis's making his 5 point or something like that. And if he's going to. Hodis has elected not to hit. He's just made his outside points. He says, I have 1 checker back and my opponent has 2. And so I'm not eager to leave a lot of shots, 16 return shots or ish against a stronger board. He says, well, I'll just bide my time. And Schneider made his 10 point with a 3-1. He couldn't do anything with his back checker, and Hodis pointed on him with a 4-1. And now Grant has got a 4-1 himself. So I do not think Grant should come in on the ace point and go 13-9 for builder. I think he should do exactly this, which is putting pressure on Al Hodis's stripped outside points. Now that is an important kind of idea to get right in positions like this, because it's the old split or build dilemma. So Hodis makes a conservative play. He the alternative would have been to run out to the 16 point, but he sees no reason to do that. He's still got targets over on his side of the board. Now here is a 5-4. That's pretty ugly looking. So it looks like he must make his 1 point with a 5 and hit with a 4. So he's probably thinking, shall I leave fewer shots by hitting on the deuce point? There would only be 11 shots, but then he would reduce his building power. And it's pretty bad to be hit. So he says, all right, I'm going to reduce my shots. And Grant Schneider says, well, I won't double, but he could have thought about it, especially at the score. I would have been tempted to send it, but, and part of the reason is if he rolls a number just making his 4 point, not hitting. Now, Grant has got or Hodis has got some awkward numbers. Now, at this score, I would have doubled that. And he said, all right, I might not lose my market by very much, but at this score, you don't want to lose your market. Now, this is just a double, and now it's Hodis, and I think Hodis is going to pass. But he's got some winning chances, but he's got some checkers dumped on his ace point and the like, so Hodis does pass. So I just lost a match where I was making doubles like that. but I claim that I was unlucky. Now, it is 9 away for Al Hodis and 12 away for Grant Schneider. Grant Schneider, the red checker player, has made his 5-point with an opening 5-3. Standard reply double fours is, either double fours or double sixes is the best reply to that opener. 5-3, and now Grant Schneider will run away with a 6-5. He could have stopped on the 18-point the Kent Goulding split. It's tempting to do at the score, but it's more thematic to just run away, I think. Try to compensate for the disadvantage in position by getting a lead in the race. The other play would have been to, like I said, stop on the 18-point and put him build it with 13-8. But you're trying to compensate by mixing things up. As Kent Goulding says, want to wrestle. But now Grant Schneider played a 2-1 safely 6-3 instead of stepping up into an attack. And now he's, this is the trouble with plays like 6-3. If you decrease your flexibility, so if you want to stay safe, you have to make other inflexible plays, such as Grant did. Now that might have been the time for Grant to step up to the 20-point or play 13-9 or something like that. But now he's maintaining his lead in the race, but I don't know if he has a lead in the race anymore. He's got an advantage in number of back checkers. So 132 pips for red. 128 for white. So Al Hodis is ahead in the race, and he's saying, I've got a 4-point board. You have 2 blots in your board. You have an ugly strip position. I've got a bunch of really good numbers. And let's see whether you want to take with this ugly looking board you've got. And it's a very good pressure double from Hodis. Because for Grant Schneider to win, he has to escape his back checker. He'll have a hard time doing so, because if he comes out and hits, then he's into a double shot. If he elects not to come out, he's also in trouble. He has to be able to play safely on his side of the board or run and get missed. And even if he runs and gets missed, the race is very close, and he could get gammoned a lot in this. So this is that's the kind of thing that can happen when you play very safely like that with Schneider's 2-1. I'm not saying he's wrong, but now Grant Schneider does know that when you are behind in the match this much, 4-point deficit, this is getting up close to 70% winning chance. I don't think XG says that Extreme Gammon says that it's Now here's a play. All right, so here's Hodis playing. He says, I'm going to duplicate a lot of threes, right? But he strips his 8-point. Now, the standard reply is simply to bring against opening 4-3, bring 2 checkers down. Standard reply is just to bring 2 checkers down yourself, right? But Hodis likes to, back in the old days when Hodis was playing a lot at first, it was one would make a play like 13-10, 8-4, which I confidently assert is not technically best. But if you make plays like that against conservative players, you might get some errors out of them. And is Grant a conservative player? He made some conservative doubling decisions. He made some conservative checker plays. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I've seen Grant play and everything like that. But the last time I really looked at his matches was a long time ago. So now Grant he's got a good start. Now he says, I'm going to block. One school of thought would have been to make the 22-point and hope to give a double next time, and meanwhile protect the back checkers. But Grant says to himself, well, I'm just going to make my bar point. Now I would just double this. I would just double in a heartbeat. But maybe Grant thinks it's too good to double. And maybe he's right. I mean, you should make, it's very tempting just to make the 3-point. And that's a really strong play, because it would have to be a real fancy great escape from Hodis, right? But Grant is looking at the fives. He's played 2. Bar to 20 is 1. 13 to 8 is the second one, and then he says, well, okay, bar to 15. Bar to 15, 13 to 8 twice, excuse me. So I played them all. But I would have, like I said, I would have just made the 22 point. Now it's, this would be I believe, just a take if Grant were to double. And seeing as how he didn't double the previous thing, he may not want to double this one. It might be, it's sort of it's almost like a normal looking prime versus prime position. And the axiom is that those are all takes by Jacob Stick Rice, or Stick. Don't call him Stick Rice. He doesn't like that. So now here's Hodis. Hodis is now saying, "Oh, do your worst. I'm going to try to." He disdains switching to the 1 point and putting 2 checkers on the bar. And because he says, I'm going to keep that 5-point prime, and I'm going to have a 2-way game plan, which is to make I made a 6-point prime over here. Now you have a 6-point prime, and Grant says, well, my timing is better, and you might have to break first, and then if I escape, then I can win. But he's got some numbers that do not play too well, especially 6s, which would give, now there's a 6-5. Well, that's one that plays well. 6-5 and 6-3 play well, right? So was that a take at the score? I really don't know. I sort of tend to take it. Now the 6s, Hodis' 6s are killed, but only 6-1 and 6-2 and 6-6 were good. And now Grant kills his own 6s by going 8-7, and that was a fine play. And now I'll Hodis, oh crap, I have to break. But I still might win, especially if he rolls double 4s or something. Now, double 3s is pretty rank. So no, don't. Okay, this is what you do, and you switch. Now you switch to, I believe you switch points. The trouble with switching to the 2-point is that now you give Hodis a good 4. And a 4 otherwise might be badly played by having to do a 6-2. The trouble with bringing 2 checkers in is that you might crack yourself, but Hodis has got more crackers. There we go. So that might have been the right play by Grant. And Grant, no doubt he did it for the right reasons. I'm not sure it was right, but it's not very hard to it's not very hard for me to believe that it was right, because he did maximize Al Hodis's bad numbers, because Hodis's 6s were blocked, right? Otherwise, he didn't have to play a 6. His 5s are blocked, but his 4s were not so good. So Grant gave him a bad 4, and Hodis rolled 1, and now Grant's on the attack. Even got some gammon chance. He hit with a 7. Nice roll, of course. Hodis has 6 return shots, a 4-point board. He is fanned. And now Grant is going to be looking to attack, and there he goes. I think he should make the 2-point, hit loose on the 1, and find the last 2. 5-point board. So he says, now his choices are to go 7-1. That's a little too conservative, I think, because it wins substantially fewer gammons. I think you should play 4-2 twice from here, and then decide among. Oh, this is a little bit. This is very conservative, because he's guarding against getting hit with a double 1, and then so that this is I would even suspect that this is a blunder. And Al Hodis questions the legality, but it was legal. And Al Hodis agrees, and now there's a 6-1. And now, Okay, so there's a 5-5, and now the awkwardness of the stack on Grant Schneider's 4-point comes into play here. So Grant could just play safe like this, or he could take 2 checkers off, trying for the gammon, hell-bent for gammon. And I would have been highly tempted to be hell-bent for the gammon, just because I can, and just because I'm down in the score here. But Grant's play is safer, admittedly safer. Fewer numbers to leave blots, and he would have had to leave a blot had he, and then in this sequence he would have been hit. So now, the trouble is with conservative plays, it's an inflexible position that Grant's got. He's got a whole bunch of 2s that leave blots. 6-2, 5-2, 4-2. Double 4s is a good roll. No blot there, but there's still what I think there's 8 blot numbers: 6-2, 5-2, 4-2, and 1-2. And there's 5-1, and Hodis may even roll a double 6 and get extremely lucky, or he can say to himself, I want to try for that last blot. Now, leaving is, very close to a certain loss, 23-16, but staying risks being gammoned. So Hodis elects to run. My rule is, when in doubt, stay. But it's going to be hard and that would have been a blot, and then Al would have said, okay, well, if I could hit against and still have a 4-point board, then that's my best chance to win the game. But are the extra gammons worth it? And that's the question in determining whether the play is right. Now, I would have followed my own rule and, left a straggler there, but hopefully I would have calculated gammon chances and all that stuff. It's hard to do over the board, but, the best players can do it. But Hodis, he did not get gammoned. He may well have been right to run, and now he maintains his lead, but it's 2 points now. So Grant Schneider needs 10, and Al Hodis needs 8. And that's going to be somewhere in the high middle 50% or something like that. A 2-point lead at the score. So these are, in case anybody's wondering, in this tournament, die flat on the checker on the right side of the board counts as a valid roll. That's one of those rules. It's the U.S. Backgammon Federation, the organization that owns, manages, runs the American Backgammon Tour, has made that rule optional to tournament directors. And so most U.S. tournaments seem to favor that rule, but when the rule was first initiated, a lot of people had trouble with it. Why should I play? Why should we change rules after all these years? So then the Federation decided to make it optional. So now, this is a tactical opening. Both sides have their 5-point. Grant Schneider wished to roll something in a 6 or a 5-2 or 4-3 or 3-3 hit back. He did not. He rolled a 3-1, and instead of shoring up his offense by making his 10-point, he decided he would split. And it's a principled decision, actually, to do that, because Hodis had a good start at a 4-point prime, and so by coming in with a 1 and making the 10-point, Grant would have been saying, "Oh, I'm gonna prime. You're priming me, but I'm gonna prime you back next turn." But that's what I call catch-up play, playing into the opponent's game plan. So I think that Grant's play of coming up with 4-point with a 3-1 was probably best. I wouldn't stake my life on it, but maybe one of my 9 lives. This, I think, is a very good play by Grant to switch to the 9 point. To make the 9 point, switch to the bar point, and bring a builder to the 5 point. Looks like a classy play to me. And now Hodis, I think he's going to come out to Grant's 17 point. He steps out of the way of the attackers on against the 3 point, and this would have been one of the. He would have been pointed on the 3 point. So now Grant says, I'm going to make a good structure instead of switching to the 1 point and putting Al Hodis on the bar. He says, I'm just going to make a good structure and hope that Al cannot escape his back checker fully, which he doesn't. 2-1 is not so great, right? And he's got a 3, a 2-1, and a 6-5 to hit that thing, but he rolls a 4-1 only. Now he's just going to play, I believe, 13-8 is what I personally would do. He could have played 13-9, 6-5, a big play. But now Hodis rolls a double 4, and he knows quite well he should make a 5 point prime in front of Grant Schneider's back checkers. Grant's game plan is to escape those checkers with a double 6, to hit with a 6-1, or to prime Mr. Hodis's back checker. So to that end, he's making his 8 point, excuse me. Could have slotted his 4 point, but he elected not to do that. He says, I've got an advanced anchor, and my advanced anchor can win a whole bunch of funny-looking races, even if Al escapes the back checker. So Al Hodis came up with an ace to freeze or put pressure on the builders on Grant Schneider's 8 point. So now Grant could have escaped a back checker and said, all right, point on me if you will, but then you'll still have to get out. But instead of that, he attacked Al Hodis, says, if you stay on the bar, that will be really good for me, especially if I can fall by making a 4 point. And I don't think he's got a double in this position because it's still a parlay for him to win. He's not a favorite to make his 4 point, but he did. And if Al stays on the bar, the double would be much more plausible. But I bet Grant. Oh, so Grant's going to double him. This is to see how macho you really are with your 5 point prime. And the 5 point prime is what we call passive counterplay. In other words, it's not like you're going to be moving checkers. You're sort of going to be hoping that your opponent doesn't get by the 5 point prime. Now, Grant has got 2 checkers at the edge. And if he rolls a single 6, then Hodis is going to be unhappy he took the cube most of the time. If he doesn't, this decision is not clear cut at all to me. I would have thought very, very hard, and maybe Hodis knows the answer. Maybe he doesn't have to think as long as me, but I would have been tempted to take. There were some entry numbers, like a 1-5 entry number was not so good for us. We would have had to play 6-1, ugly. But if Grant Schneider did not get out for a while, then he would have some winning chance. Then Hodis would have some winning chances. So, a very interesting cube decision to me. Now Hodis, aggressive player, he slots his 5 point with an opening 2-1. Grant responds with a 4-1, and he hits and moves his other back checker up. No reason to leave any other blots anywhere else. Al Hodis now leading 5-4, so it's nearly it's 54% winning chances, assuming both players are equal, whatever. Mr. Hodis comes in with a 4-2, and he makes his 11 point. New points are good to make. At 11 points is a new point. He couldn't do anything else. So now Grant Schneider rolls a funny-looking 5-4. Now he could have played safely. Could have moved could have moved to his own 11 points safely. Instead, he elected to attack on his own 4 point. That is it's a it's good to be aggressive. And he did gain a tempo by hitting. But the question was whether the safe play would have been better. I mean, Hodis would have had a lot of good numbers, not being on the bar. He would have had, I believe, 8 numbers to hit out in Grant's outer board if Grant had played 5-4 running around. But anyway, Grant started to play aggressively, and he's been hit. He's missed a return shot, but he has rolled a double 2, and he's got a double anchor in Hodis' board. Hodis says, oh, well, now I can just make my 5-point and have a really good position. But unfortunately, he did not make his 5-point. He rolled one of his, I don't know, 5 numbers not to make it. And now this is going to be a hit loose on the 5-point kind of thing. Yeah, that's right. So Grant is not going to just improve anchors by making the 18-point. He's going to keep his double anchor, flexibility of game plan, go for his own 5-point. Very good play by Grant. Hodis is hit back. That's a cocked die. It was not flat on the other die. It was leaning between the two dice. So now Grant is going to keep flexible. He's going to not strip his midpoint. He's going to just keep his checkers in play. That was a very nice play. And now Hodis says, well, I'm not going to let you just have your way. I'm going to make your 5-point so that you can't make it. And if you hit me back, shrug. But if you don't hit me back, he does hit back. He's going to hit with a 5. No real alternative. He can't just say, let's play a holding game and let Hodis have his bar point for free. He's going to hit back. Now the race is, and now Hodis says, well, I'm still going to not let you make that bar point for free. And that's a cocked die. They must land flat on the right. And see, you might, one time out of 9 in that position, you're going to stay on the bar, and now I can make the 5-point. But he does. He says, I could hit loose on the 2-point as well, but I'm guessing he's going to make the 5-point. No, this is I would have made the 5-point myself. But because it's sort of semi-blitz mode, but Grant has got this advanced anchor. And all right, so will Hodis make the 5-point now, or will he simply make the 2-point? Maintain a lead in the race, I think. Yeah. 154 for Hodis, and way more than that for Grant. So, but now Grant is hit back. And now Hodis says, all right, I'm just going to make a double anchor, hopefully temporarily. Now Hodis has got what's called TMP. That means he owns 7 points. TMP stands for too many points. So now Hodis has got to break something, but he thinks, oh, who cares? I can break something. Like, well, I'll make my 16-point, or I'll keep my double anchor, and I'll go around to the 11-point. So the 16-point is sort of a bridge to somewhere. But he says, I'm going to keep all my 7 points and not make a trade one for the other. I would have been tempted to make the 16-point. Maybe more valuable than 21 at this point in time. So Grant Schneider has, now the trouble with Hodis' position is the 4 checkers behind Grant's anchor. So he's got some inflexibility. So now he's going to have to break a point. He still has TMP, and so he breaks a point. Could have done it prior, but if he'd rolled something like a 3-2, so there's some crummy numbers that didn't move. So now Grant says, all right, you came out, I missed you. You no longer have TMP, but at least we're happy. Now Hodis says, shall I make my 5-point or shall I make my 16-point? And he says that 5-point is great lasting value, so I might as well make the 5-point. I think he's right. versus playing for a straight race and giving Grant some attacking chances by abandoning the 20 anchor. So this is a little, because with a 4-point board against Grant Schneider's 1-point board, if Hodis hits a checker, that's going to be a great big deal for him, because if Grant then stays on the bar, Hodis will be poised to just come running away, and the worst thing he'll face is some kind of viable holding game. But he doesn't have any, but Grant's development lags. So now Hodis says, all right, I'm ahead in the race, so I'm going to race. And I'm going to minimize shots against me and keep the checker back on the 16-point. And Grant Schneider says, all right, I'm going to have to either make my 2-point or my 1-point. The 2-point is a stronger point to hold than the 1-point, but the 1-point leaves an extra builder on me. And now Hodis, this is a fine double by Hodis. He's ahead in the race, and he doesn't have very much to worry about in the short run. And even if this is a take, which I'm suspicious that it's not, even if it is a take, it's not the best thing. So Schneider takes it, may well be right. But now Hodis says, all right, I'm going to go forward as quickly as I can, and I'll let you hit me with a 2. Hopefully you can't cover. Hopefully you won't hit me at all. And Grant says, all right, if I'm hitting you, I'm going to increase the value of my blockade by making the 4-point. And Hodis says, well, I might hit you, or I might just escape and win the race anyway. That's a bad, well, it's not staying on the bar. The move is forced. And Grant has some attacking chances now. He's glad he took the double. And that's a 2-1. So that is, he is free to play safely 4-1. He's free to play aggressively, hitting on the 5-point with a 2 and then lifting the blot with a 1. The trouble with that is all the gammons he may lose if he gets hit back. But the good part is about hitting and bouncing is that he's not going to make this move without hitting. If he's not hitting, he's going to have to play 4-1, right? So does he have enough hitting chances later to make this viable? Maybe. 136 pips for red, and now we've got something like 89 raw pips for. So now, all right, he elects to rely on the holding game. Now he must hit. There's no choice. He might just lift the 4-point blot, or he might be braver. He might say, okay, I have to hit, but do I have to lift the blot? I'm still behind in the race. Yes, I may lose or get gammoned if I don't. So I'm guessing that the best play is to move to the 16-point. So there will only be, that will minimize, if he's not going to lift the blot, that will minimize the shots against him. Duplicating a hitting 3-1, for example. What is that? That's a cock die. Threw it away. So, Grant has some reasonable winning chances, but Hodis can still winning. Okay, now there's one time in 4 you're going to fan and stay on the bar in a position like that. Grant says, well, I'm not, the race is unfavorable, so it might be a favor to make my 4-point. Maybe a close to 2-1 favor or something like that. And now he's going to make the 4-point, and there's just no reason to. He can't add any more builders except by leaving a whole slew of blots, so he lifts to the 6-point, and there's a hit. And Grant is very glad he lifted that blot to his 6-point, because now he can hopefully now this is the bad variation, one of the bad variations Grant had to reckon with in taking the cube. And Hodis can now he can lift both of his forward blots. He can also, and this looks good to me because he does not want to be hit back and face the prospect of coming in against Grant Schneider's 4-point board. This way, it's okay. Now he can make his 1 point. Now he's got a 5-point board. He's got very decent gammon chances. And okay, and so now Grant Schneider's entered. Shall he come out to the 15-point to contain that back checker? Only 7 numbers hit after that, and the containment value, the extra containment value looks big. When in doubt, play to win the game. Or as Stick, as Stick said, try to make the double match point play. And that's sort of a different perspective on the very old saying, play to win the game rather than to save the game. Make the double match point play is something like that. Grant says, well, at least this way, I'm not leaving 7 ways for him to hit me. But I think the 7 ways must be left. I think he must do it because he's going to win a lot more games this way. And double 5, for example, escapes anyway. But in 6-4, 6-4 was a hitting number. And Hodis says, well, I don't want to bury checkers. I do want to get closer to home. And we have got, 28 hitting numbers? We got 24 of the 4s and 3s, and we got a 6-1 and a 5-2, 28. And there's the 3. But at least he didn't weaken his inner board, and at least he has 2 points in on which to come in on. So the 3 is forced, and the 5, again, the 5 is going to be a choice. This is sort of the natural play, is to minimize. He's only got 3 return shots, 5, 3, and double 5s. And he stays on the bar. He could have left more return shots and given himself a better builder position. Now he says, well, I can make the 5-point naturally. And shall he lift the blot? Maybe so, because he might be getting close to a redouble. And he can think about it even now. It's a rather easy take for Hodis if he redoubles, but if for example Grant exits Hodis's board with 1 checker or both, and then Hodis stays on the bar, maybe that will be the time to think about doubling rather than right now. Only double 3 makes the 3-point. Double 6 is very nice. But I think perhaps Hodis would have enough winning chances to take. So Grant Schneider elects not to double. Now I think perhaps, is Grant Schneider now owning the cube? He might not wish to move to the 9-point, for example, and give Hodis a probably winning and gammoning 6-3. Now he says, okay, is it time to double yet? Still has the beautiful double 3 to close the board. Only 1 number. He says, all right, let's see what Mr. Hodis is made of. And Hodis says, all right, I know I have substantial winning chances, and I also know that I'm not going to get gammoned very much. So Al Hodis is not afraid to take something like this. And he comes in and out, Hodis. Now Hodis is the favorite, and he will hesitate to, ooh, it's a double 5. The spectators are screaming with glee at the sequence. Hodis says, oh darn. Grant Schneider says, ha ha ha, I rolled a double 5. Now shall I go? I will count the race here. And I will count it. I count the raw pips. 71 raw pips for Grant Schneider. If this is the right play, I would be shocked. And 78 raw pips for Hodis. I would not, leaving an 8 shot in the name of containment, I don't think is right at all. Now, Hodis owns the cube, but his cube leverage is not very big. I suppose it is somewhat big, actually. I have to think about this before I make these absurd statements. I still believe that Grant must make the 11 point. 47, 63, 69, 71, right? Is that right? 47, 63, 65, 80, 81, is that right? 81? 81, sorry. So 46, 48, 55, 71. Am I right? I don't think this is the right play, and bingo bango. Hodis has rolled an 8. Now, if Grant rolls a 4-5, the 5-up was scary. And Hodis says, all right, I'm going to see what you are made of. Your winning chances are in the tank. Shall he give him 4 away to 9 away? I believe he must. So that was an exciting sequence. I'm still confused about the pip count. I keep thinking I'm miscounting it by 10 or something. I thought that Grant would have been slightly ahead after the double 5 roll, but the internet can tell me I'm wrong. Now I'm challenged enough with this technology that I don't want to bring up a web browser and then try to look at the chat and also look at what's on the board, because I would start to mutter to myself and not handle the chat very well. So now Grant makes a principled 5-1 play. Says, I'm going to play more aggressively when I'm behind in this match, and Hodis says, well, I'm going to steer for a simple game, and this is going to be right for money to hit and gain a lot of pips. And Grant Schneider says, I'm going to keep slashing away on my 5-point just like we used to do back in the 70s. And Hodis says, well, I'm going to counter by hitting you back. And Grant says, well, I know that I have to play aggressively, and so I'm going to hit you again. And there's no real hesitation by Grant, and I assure you it's the right play. And Hodis hits again. And Grant says, well, I love these complicated situations. Is that a 5-3 or a 5-2? I think it's a 5-3. Yes, 5-3. So he will hit again. It's not like he's going to blitz with 6 checkers in the zone, but he still wants to make the 5-point. Oh, a double 6. Hodis, the boxcar bonus for the loose hit. And now Grant Schneider has got both 5 points. We say, it used to be said you can't lose if you have both 5 points. And Hodis says, well, yes, you can. At least they're going to make an anchor, and the only ace left is going to be that funny looking thing over there. So Grant says, well, I'm going to hit. I could make a 4-point prime, but I might make that later anyway, and I wish for Al Hodis to have some awkward entry numbers. But he says, well, if I make this 4-point prime, that's nice and pure, and Mr. Hodis may not make the bar point. He may not roll a 3-2. But he does. I was highly tempted to hit, and Hodis keeps the anchor, which is quite reasonably could have come out and tried to enter a race, but I think it's too early to make such a concession as to abandon the anchor. But he will now hit. Hit with 5-2. Good roll. Now Grant says, I'm still going to play aggressively. What is that thing? A 3-1? Is that what that is? Yeah, 3-1. He doesn't hit loose and give up his 4-point prime. It wouldn't. He could have played 7-4 hit, but he doesn't want to give up his concrete 4-prime asset in return for attacking. And Al Hodis says, well, I'm still ahead in the race, and I'm just going to play as safely as I can. And Grant Schneider says, well, I've got a 4-point prime. I hit you once, and he says, I'm not going to break my 4-point prime just to hit you. I only have 8 checkers in the attacking zone. That was a good play, I think, by Grant. My only question is whether he kept the 21 point, or he could have put a spare on the on his 20 point. But he likes to have TMP. And there we have a double boxcar, or is it a 6-5? Oh, it's a 6-4. Okay, a 6-4. So there's some gunk on my screen here. So that was a good play with a 6-4. And Mr. Hodis is probably just going to go 13-6 and keep his assets. And again, there's this concept of the attack zone, which consists of all checkers in one zone inner board plus all other checkers that are 6 pips away or fewer from an open point in the inner board. So by that definition, Grant Schneider only has 8 checkers in the attacking zone. The checkers on the 11 don't count, nor does the checker on the midpoint. So Hodis, made the right play. I believe you couldn't gain much by hitting loose, by making the 4-point and leaving a zillion return shots. So he played 13-6 safely, and Grant Schneider just looked like a double 2, and he made a 5-point prime. And Hodis just hits, and Grant's going to just says, am I too good to double, or am I not good enough, or am I just right? And Hodis says, oh, haha, like I would not have taken this double at this score, but Hodis is confident in his ability to play the checkers, and with good reason. He says, I can make the 21 anchor, and if I do, then I'm well in the game. There's just little problems with the stack on his 6-point and the stripped outer board. He says, well, at least I've got an anchor over there, and you may miss me, you silly fellow. You may miss me entirely, which actually Grant did. He had a 20, we have 28 ways to hit, because you have to count the 5-5. But this is not such a great position for Al Hodis. And Grant says, I'm not going to get blocked. I'm going to come out while I still can. I'm going to keep my prime. Now Al Hodis has to say, what is my game plan? Am I going to hit and go 11-6? I do not think that's right. I think Hodis has made a better play, 12-7 and 3-2. Now, shall Grant make the 14-point, or shall he bring builders? So he says, I'm going to build with big numbers for my open 4-point and keep a 6-point prime. And I think and go for a 6-point prime, not keep a 5-point prime, go for a 6-point prime. Now, Al Hodis' best roll in reply would have been, I think, double 1s. Though 1-6, he wouldn't have been too unhappy to come out and hit. Now he has nothing better than just to make his 3-point. He can't consider breaking his 8-point and leaving lots of blots, and Grant hits with a 6-2. Finds one of the five ways to hit, and there were, another 6 ways he could have made his 4-point. Hodis comes in, and he dumps behind onto his 1-point, and Grant could not hit. He was itching to hit on his own 4-point, but he makes a 6-point prime. Hodis really wants to roll an ace, and he says, instead of letting Grant have the full roll, maybe to attack me, he says, what I will do instead is I will put him in the bar. So Grant misses the return shot. Hodis does not roll the desired ace. He might now if he hits on his 4-point and makes the 1-point. That's really just a tempo play, making it harder for Grant Schneider to attack on the 4-point. But he says, well, I don't want more checkers back with bad timing. I suspect it was interesting. It was an interesting choice. Now, Grant says, well, why am I going to break my 6-point prime? Well, the reason you would break his 6-point prime would be to, I would have broken the 6-point prime because I don't want Hodis to roll an ace. Is my little. Now, the risk would have been small. Okay, if he had made the 4-point before this, okay, if Grant had made his 4-point, Hodis would have had a few numbers to get back. But even then, Grant would have had a double direct return shot. And making the 4-point would have won more gammons. So Grant's playing a very conservative game. He wants to protect his winning chances by hardly giving any winning any ways for. Okay, now Grant could have left lots of blots in his board. He could have hit loose and then he could have dumped to the 1-point. Instead, he played safe and he was probably right, but it was to be considered to hit loose and keep the 6-point prime. So I believe this is right to keep. Not really sure, but that's what I would have done, is to put builders on the 6-point. And there's an ugly looking 6-2. I think maybe he should go 9-7 and pay off to a few 6s to hit. And hope for 2-5, which would come in and leave 3 blots. Yeah, I think the 7-point has some value as a base for builders against the open 2-point. But Grant plays safely. Maybe he's right. In this variation, he's wrong, but not all variations are this variation. And Hodis says, well, with a crummy 3-point board, I'm not going to increase my long-term hitting chances by staying back. And Grant Schneider says, well, I am going to clear my point. Okay, so now Grant is a big favorite in the game, but he's not a big favorite to win a gammon by any stretch, not even close. Al cannot hop out, but he keeps his 3-point board, and unfortunately for Grant, he rolls a 3. He clears his 5-point, but then his future 3s are not so great. Al Hodis is he's not going to break his beautiful anchor. He runs away, and here's a blot number already. Roll 2 3s in a row, and now this is forced. And now Al Hodis can stay alive. He rolls an ace. Yes, hooray! Probably going to go up to the 16-point versus the 17-point because he gets more coverage of his outfield points this way. Grant is still, I would say, he's still the favorite in the game. But Al owns a doubling cube, and Al says to himself, shall I hit that thing, or shall I do something? Leave 3 blots on my outer board, or leave 1 blot and leave a direct shot, or leave a direct shot now by hitting loose and putting him on the bar where he might stay. He might miss the shot. He hits. And Al Hodis says, well, I might still be able to catch that running away thing. Probably make his 16-point. Good combination of Joker control and hitting. And now Grant Schneider runs away, and Al's game plan is now to win the race. Says I'll pay off to double 1s. And I'll stay back there in case he rolls double 4s, followed by 6-1, 5-1, 4-1, or 3-1. And Al says, I'm not going to waste any pips, so I'm not going to slot my 6-point with no direct covers. I'm going to hope for the fatal lozenge. No, double threes. And now Al is a favorite to save the gammon, but it's a little dicey. So he's probably going to go 20 or 14. He could take 2 crossovers, 20 to 18, 9 to 5. Not the worst idea. He doesn't want to waste a pip of outside motion. So Grant bears off 2 checkers. He's got 9 checkers left. And Al Hodis has got some good even numbers, like 14 to 10, and he's just not wasting any pips coming in. And if Grant Schneider rolls a bunch of doubles in a row or something like that, and Al Hodis rolls, he's just going to make the 4-point, I believe, which maximizes his chance to get at least 3 checkers off. I don't think there's any. He's got no chance at all. You need to get 15. You need to get all 15 checkers off in 3 rolls, which you can't do. So Grant has won 2 points. Hodis made a fight of it, and when he knows he can make a fight of it, he's inclined to take a cube. And he's paid 1 point for his gutsy ways in this roll out of 1 trial, as we say. In the game that happened, he lost 2 points. Now, are they going to take a break? Looks like they are. Al Hodis 4 away. Grant Schneider 7 away. I think what's that? I could look at the match equity table just to make sure. I think it's about 29% for the trailer at the score. Do I have a working mouse? No, I got a wireless mouse that was not trackpad. And position 19.xgp. So let's just save it for whoever's looking at it. I'm going to set up. Okay. I'm going to set up that position. Position. Well, I'm going to look at the match equity table. That's not. I'm going to look at the match equity table. Match equity tables. 7 away versus 4 away. Oh, it's it looks like it's 30.08 instead of 29, as I was naively thinking. Four away to 7 away, right? Okay. The leading player has got 69.92% according to Extreme Gammon. Now I am going to do something sneaky. Close this, and I'm going to. Is that a minimize? That's a minimize. Okay. Now I've got an Extreme Gammon, and the guys have just started. So Grant has rolled a 6-5 and run, and Hodis is playing. Played a 4-2, making his. Can I do this? I'm sorry, I can't do this except during pauses. I cannot get the XG. I can't both watch and comment and manipulate Extreme Gammon program on this computer. So now Grant Schneider has played a 5-2, 2 down, and Hodis made his bar point, and Grant now he has fewer checkers back. He has a good blockade, 3 in a row. Al Hodis says, well, I'm going to attack your silly blot back there, maybe. Instead of splitting with a 4. He could have split with a 4. But he decided not to do it against 10 checkers in the zone. With a stronger inner board, how he could have considered it. And now Grant says, well, I've got a 3-point prime. and I want to extend that 3-point prime. And Al Hodis says, well, my play worked very well. I've just made my 5-point. I've got a 5-point prime. How do you like them apples? Grant says, oh, darn, I didn't make my 5-point or my 4-point. However, he says to himself, I can make my 3-point if I'm so inclined. Also, he says, I can make a purer priming play of making the 10-point and moving to the 7. And that might scare Hodis more. And, says, I didn't want to double it. I still have 2 checkers back. He's got a rack of builders. But with a 6-5, he says, I'm not going to let him use that rack of builders. I'm going to put him on the bar and see what he can come up with. Now, shall I double him here and perhaps gammon him for the match, and yet would give him a lot of recube leverage, or shall I be more conservative? And now he correctly remakes his prime, comes up, Grant comes in and hits loose, and Hodis says, well, I might gammon you undoubled. Shall he make the 20-point? Yeah, so he could have actually just come out to the 16-point, but this is a little bit of self-blocking of the back checkers. But now the question is, how's Grant Schneider going to manage this game? Now, the best way to win the game is just to abandon that anchor that he's just made with the 2. He has a 1 left. He could just go to the 22-point. The trouble with that is he's going to get gammoned much more often. So, and it's arguable. It's a point to be argued whether it was really the best winning chance. So Hodis says he's happy to roll a 6, and he says instead of leaving a blot at the trailing edge of the prime, says what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize my blots. Go to the 8-point for it's a builder for the open 3-point. And Grant says, all right, I'm going to put you on the bar. Now the cube is accessible to both players. And Al Hodis says, well, I am going to make an illegal play. That's illegal, I believe. I think he played a 3 and a 3. I don't think he would. I'm not sure if he's on the midpoint or the 4. Maybe it was illegal, maybe it wasn't. I thought he played 2 3s, but it's possibly played illegally, a 4 and a 3. So 5-2 now. Grant Schneider has countered. He is counter priming Mr. Hodis, and Mr. Hodis has rolled an excellent ace. That is an excellent. He could have rolled a bigger number, which would have been very nasty. Mr. Schneider has rolled. He can close his board right now, or he can not close his board. He says, I'm going to close my board, and I'm going to try to escape. Al Hodis says, what? He says, don't roll, I'm going to double you. And Grant Schneider says, oh, this is interesting because it's going to be really hard for Grant to escape without cracking his board. Well, this calls for a quick setting up of the extreme gammon position. New. Help. Where is a young person who can do this easily? I don't know. Position. Okay. So my old fingers and my old brain are click. Okay, so that was a reasonable pass on Grant's part. 3 away, that's a hard score for the leader to do any doubling and sometimes to do taking. So you're going to look for Grant Schneider. Now, Grant Schneider, were I Grant Schneider, I would be envious, I would be happy. But Grant says, all right, I'm going to make a complex play that doesn't decrease my flexibility of game plan. Now, the technically best play, I believe, would have been to make the 2-point. And therefore, you might decrease your winning chances, but you increase your gammon chances, so that Extreme Gammon believes it's preferable that this match score. And the two warring ideas about that are that, okay, if you don't commit to a positional weakness by making your 2-point, then, like I said, you do have flexibility of your game plan. Structural weaknesses can really bite you if your opponent rolls well, such as starts making a prime or something, right? But it will gain a 2-point board will gain an edge in tactical variations, right? So now Grant says, I'm going to do both things. I'm going to escape my back check for safety on by making the 16-point, and I'm going to put him on the bar by making 2-point. He could have played. Could have made his 9-point twice, which would have given better lasting value. The asset is more lasting value, the 9-point than the 2-point. But again, it would have allowed Hodis the full roll to move. And now Hodis has got an anchor now on Grant's 3-point. And Grant has got 2 checkers behind that anchor, and that's positionally undesirable. And Hodis is happy, happy enough. He says, at least I'm going to try to build my board, and my anchor will give me a lot of shot equity, and Grant is not going to double this one. And here is an ugly 6-4. Grant absolutely does not wish to put 2 checkers on his 2-point and hope to just limp open and win the race. His real choice, he's got a choice, and his choice is to bring down 2 checkers from his midpoint. I'm inclined to do that for builders, in case he gets missed. Or the other flexible play would have been to just break the 18-point. Now, Grant is happy that he chose the move he did, which I think was correct. Because now he's got 4 active builders, 4 lines of active builders aiming at his innerboard points. His 5 and 4 points, open points. And he's rolled a 4-2, and he made his 5-point. So it worked out. And Hodis says, well, I still have a decent holding game. I'm still going to build my board. And even if you escape from the 16-point unscathed, I will still have some shot equity from that 22-point. A thing to note about anchors like this, they're much stronger if the point in front of the anchor, in this case Grant's 4-point, is not made. And Hodis says, I'm going to play purely because Grant is stripped outside of his board. So now I believe he can play safe and ugly by remaking his 2-point twice, or he could have left a blot on his 4-point and moved only 1 checker behind. So now Hodis says, all right, I don't have to break my midpoint. I can make a 5-point board, so I will. Grant says, please give me a double boxcar. And there's an ugly 4-3, and he's going to just have to go. He can play safe by breaking his 5-point, but it's so very ugly that I think he's going to just break his 8-point. And Hodis can have really good winning chance. He rolls 1 and he does roll a 1, but how does he play the 2? Sports fans, he says, I'm not going to move a builder from my 4 to my 2-point. Thank you very much. Even if he doesn't hit me, I have got 3 points to come in on. Now, double 3 would have been the fatal lozenge, and Hodis says, well, you are not going to gammon me very much. And I am going to win a lot. And if you take this cube, you are risking giving me a big lead in the Crawford game now. And whatever the case, or however you might feel about your winning chances, you might make the wrong decision with this double cube. might make a wrong decision myself. Now, can I figure out how to use extreme gammon to set this thing up? Gosh darn it. I wish I could. I'm too fumble-fingered with this doggone. Can't get to the right menu to make a new position. Because when I try to do it, the silly trackpad doesn't. Says to me, you're too clumsy to use the trackpad. But there I am. Oh, Control J is the shortcut. Okay. Set up position. All right, set up position. I'm setting it up. Okay, so what if I hit the delete button. There we go. There we go. So I'm going to go see if I can set this up. Yes, I'm starting to be able to set it up. Even with the silly trackball. Not trackball, the trackpad. Come on. Will you let me do it? Okay, there we go. Bearing with the old commentator who wishes to set up the position in extreme gammon. Where are those other checkers? Oh, they're on the 2 and 1 point. So now Grant Schneider's taken the cube. Now it's not so bad, right? So he has three there, 3 there, 3 there. How do you do this? Right click, left click. Oh, I'm setting the dice up. How do I add checkers to the 6 point over there? Oh gosh, I am sorry. I'm sorry, sports fans. I can't figure out how to work this extreme gammon. So Al Hodis rolled what looks like a double 5 or something, and he made his 11 and come down to his 8. Now he could just win this match outright with the gammon. I really wish to do this. File. Now, I'm going to have to give up on extreme gammon. I don't know how to. If the mouse worked, which it doesn't, it's a wireless mouse, so it doesn't seem to. I would see whether that's a take or not. You know, given this, the rollout of one trial says it wasn't a take. Now, Grant might save this gammon and remain alive in the match. It's looking dicey. Now, 6-1 is a crummy roll for Al Hodis. He just has to lift to the 4 point safely. He may still win a gammon, but if he made his 3 point, he would have really been on track for gammon. So Grant should probably play 16 to 14. But instead he goes 7 to 5. He says, I will break my bar point and I will ensure that I cross boards with only a 1 wasted pip. I don't think that was the right idea, because I think in some very lucky variations he would have been happy to own the bar point. Now Hodis hit him loose and bounced to the 1 point with a 2-1. Grant fan Hodis rolled another 2-1, 4-2, 1 off, and Grant fans again, and now Hodis rolls a bad 5-3, and he doesn't leave blot. 6-3 was only blot number, but he clears his 5 point, gets the checker off. Grant stays on the bar yet again, and now a 4-3 is safe off the 4 point and 4-1. Grant says, please let me roll double 3s, or even 5-3. Comes in on 3 points so that he has Hodis 3 points, so he has more ways, and here is a double 3. Oh my gosh, golly. And Hodis says, I don't care about your cheesy looking inner board. I'm going to gammon you as quickly as ever I can. And Grant says, all right, well, I'm going to have to save the gammon. He crosses to the 12 point. Die on bar is not valid. Die off bar is not valid. Off board is not valid. There's a small chance now after that big double from Hodis that Grant can save the gammon. Now, if Hodis rolls doubles again, that's it, and Grant is guaranteed one crossover, which will give him a chance to save the gammon. What is that? A 2 something? I can't see it. It's a 4 or 2. So he gives himself double sixes to save the gammon and remain alive in the match. That's not a double six. Al Hodis has won this match, 13-point match in the Masters. Which round it is, I don't know. Probably a late round. And that was a very interesting match. And for now, we are going to probably quit streaming. I will just note that, quit streaming temporarily. I will just note that this is the Cherry Blossom Championships 2025. This is the, what do they call this Masters? The Martha Washington Masters is what it's called. All of the tournaments have their own creative names for their events. The Martha Washington Masters, well, we're in Washington, D.C., and Martha Washington did play backgammon. No, I have no idea, actually. Lost money playing tables, as she might have said. But it's a very strong event, and Al Hodis is a veteran player, and Grant Schneider has not been playing probably for as long as Hodis, but he's been playing for a good while now. Very entertaining match. And I suspect that last thing was a pass on Grant's part, but I don't really know. Trouble is his board wasn't very strong. But I've been trying to set up the position in Extreme Gammon, but I was able to put white checkers on the board, but I'm not able to put black checkers on the board. I remember the position. Where are the black checkers? If I click that one there, I have to click over here. With this one, with that one, I don't know. I'll go ask for help. I will hopefully see you soon. I have to decide whether to play in jackpots. I have not bought back again into a Masters jackpot. I was able to buy back once, but I'm feeling unlucky and all that stuff. So I did not play again, and I like to comment too. So I'm going to go away temporarily and see if they want to stream anybody else, and I can comment, and hopefully somebody else can come with me and show me how to use this XG setup. For now, I'm Marty Storer, you're not, and please stay tuned. Okay, so this is what I will call. I'm too old to be doing this. So okay. So I was trying to set up this a position.
Yeah.
Right. And here I am. I placed the white checkers, but this thing is not.
Yeah, it's
connected.
My mouse counts. No, it
Okay.
is. It is.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Let's see if I can do it.
Sometimes you just gotta wiggle it.
Okay, wiggle it. Okay. So, oops, I can do that. So, with a silly
I never use
trackball,
those fucking things.
I don't. I hate those
them.
kind of things.
I on my previous computer, I had actually uninstalled the software, so literally
Yeah.
it's dead.
Yeah. Oh fuck! All right. I have to close that. I can do this. And now, where the hell were those other things? I can go back and see. Well, maybe I can. It's just a screen share. Where were these bloody damn things? Got a point out here. So the 15 or the 16? Where were his other ones? Oh, fuck if I know. God damn it. I already forget. At least I can use the thing. Okay, that's what I was really getting at. I'm pretty sure he has that. One on the bar. Where are these other two? God, I don't think so. The midpoint. I don't know. The midpoint. Or the 11 point. Should I know? I don't think this is right. Crap.
Oh, you don't remember the exact?
I don't know the exact.
From
position.
what? From what?
It was the last match. There was a match just played between Al Hodis.
Why don't you just go to the stream, which is
okay.
right,
I didn't know how to bring it
right
back.
here.
Okay, that's another stream. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back. Let's go to the end.
That's live.
Matches. So I don't know. Toward the end. Oh, there it is. Oh, no wonder.
Is that the exact position?
This is the exact position. Bingo. So the other two are on the 2 point.
Okay.
Those last two on the midpoint should be on Lex 2 point.
One second.
See,
I'm just.
it's right, except that
Okay.
there are 4 on the 2 point instead of 2.
Okay, so now. Oh no.
I have it backwards. I have the viewpoint backwards.
Okay.
So just yeah, I know that's.
Okay, now I can see. Okay.
There we go. So it is a. It's not. It's a double. It's a doubling decision. And it's
Okay.
It's,
Two there.
it's black on roll. Black on roll. The score is.
1 second.
Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candace Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far, we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're going to have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the U.S. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026.
Rory Pascar is giving me grief again. That's okay, Rory. You know, we'll meet over the board. We'll meet over the board, and you'll beat me again in the finals. So, yeah. So, all right. Be that as it may, this is 0-0 now. Boris Dekhtyar is apparently playing. Boris is playing. Boris Dekhtyar out of New Jersey is playing the white checkers. And Steve Hills, I didn't know. I asked Steve Hills to give me a synopsis of his life in backgammon. He's from local to this Cherry Blossom tournament, which is being held in the greater Washington, D.C. area in the USA, in Herndon, Virginia. And Mr. Hills, Steve Hills, is from Maryland in the Washington, D.C. area, the suburb of Chevy Chase. It's spelled Chevy, but it's pronounced Chevy. And he says he's been playing for a long time, and his rating on Backgammon Galaxy is 2400 something. So he very quickly makes his bar point with that 4-1, giving Boris Dekhtyar a bunch of numbers to hit, but also leaving his 8-point slotted, which he promptly makes, and he splits his back checkers. So the double that he just gave Boris Dekhtyar was it was strong. You know, he had some threats, and Boris didn't have a very developed position. Boris didn't have any trouble taking it. I think it was probably a take. I'm trying to remember it in my dim consciousness, but Boris has made his 5-point, and he's just made his 4-point with a double two. I think it's two twos to play, and he played 9-5. Now there was an alternative. He could have come up to the 22-point and left a few indirect shots and found another two, but instead he elected to lift his blot. Meanwhile, Steve Hills has slotted the back of his prime, and Boris has rolled an unfortunate double four, forcing him to stack things up. So Steve says, all right, I'm not going to leave you 4 shots. I'm going to let you perhaps crack. No, and he doesn't now. There's no 6 available, and Boris Dekhtyar elects not to leave a blot on his 3-point. It was an interesting decision by Steve whether to leave the back of his prime slotted. And here's another 5, which now Boris plays 8-3 instead of breaking his 6-point. And here is Steve Hills. He could attack on his 2-point. I suspect he's supposed to just run away from the 23-point. He may be gaining more gammons by attacking on the 2-point, but I think that 5-point prime is just very strong, and I would not be eager to break the 5-point prime. And yet, you know, I think it probably still wins more gammons than this play. But I suspect Steve Hills has made the right play, keeping the 5-point prime, getting out of the semi-blockade. There is a double 3, and what shall be done? I'm thinking that maybe Boris will switch to his 3-point and attack. Now, this gives him some chance to make a 5-point board and then sneak out little by little, and it doesn't leave a double direct return shot. No, Boris is a 5-1, so he's got a golden opportunity to come up to the edge of Steve Hills' prime, 24-23, and then the 5 is forced in any case. So given that you've played this 5, what one are you going to play now? You're going to win the most often, obviously, by getting a checker out. Hopefully, but Boris is conservative. He's just making the anchor. He says, I'm going to play to save the gammon. And there's a rule I just mentioned it when I was commenting on the match. You could either say make the double match point play when in doubt, or you could say play to win the game rather than to save the gammon. The first form of that is attributed to Stick or Jacob Rice, and the other one is an old, it's just been around for a long time. When I was a young lad, I would hear things like that. Steve Hills is now building for his open 3-point. He's got 4 checkers spare on top of his 5-point prime that are, those 4 are available to make that lovely 3-point. So that's his next target. So the fact that he's considering this slotting play means that he's a pretty good player. I mean, with a 2400 Galaxy rating, you know, that tells me he's pretty good. But he's seems confident, and he's so he rolls a 4-1. He slots the 3-point. Even if Boris hit, you know, he'd be in jeopardy because he had a weak board with a blot. And this is the best way to make that juicy looking 3-point. Now this is unfortunate roll for Steve, but now he slots the 1-point, and he breaks the 7-point instead of the 8-point. And breaking the 7-point is best because the 7-point is a harder point to clear, and putting a spare checker on the 4-point is good because it's good because it gives more builders in case Boris is forced to hit with a 5, and then it becomes a big brouhaha tactical. In that kind of position where you have a stronger inner board, you want to be able to attack your opponent with builders. So Steve's play maximized his chance to do that. Now this is tough because he could hit loose, and he's going to win I think he's going to win the most games this way. The trouble of not hitting loose is that Boris would then be free to roll like some big doubles and win the race. But this way, he might get gammoned if he hits simply by having Steve come in and then hit 2 checkers. He might even be gammoned from here. It's unlikely, but I bet Steve is going to bear one off, and if I can play completely safe, I would just do it. Just bear it off. The jeopardy isn't so great compared to the possible game. It's 0-0 to 13, and now Boris has rolled a 6-4. The 6 comes in. The 4 doesn't really matter much. I tend to play 14 to 10, but the 19-point is not the greatest place for a checker trying to come around. So I think Boris is a little tiny bit glad he made the play he did. It's not like he's a favorite to win the game or anything. Steve Hills has got 10 checkers left, and Boris would have to roll really small. That is not really small. There's only one number that misses, so Boris will save the gammon. There's no way that he can not save the gammon. So if he cares, the best play is to come in on he resigns. Never resign, but it might have been the case that Boris actually had 0 chance to win. It's 2-0 to 13 in favor of Steve Hills from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Boris Dekhtyar is from northern New Jersey, I believe. And Boris has slotted his 5-point with a 2-1. That's unquestionably slightly right at a match score deficit. Now, this is an interesting choice for Boris. Now, he can make a concrete asset of Steve's 4-point. You could just make an advanced anchor. Or he can say, I've got more checkers back than my opponent, and I'm not going to give my opponent the full roll to anchor up or come around. So I think I would have done the same thing in Boris's shoes. Steve has hit him back with a 5-1. Now, Boris's game plan is to, well, he says, my game plan is to not give you the full roll and hit you, but he's going to keep his 8-point. Alternative would have been just to, instead of hitting, just make the 21 point, Steve's 4-point. And Steve says, well, I can hit just like you can hit. And instead of doing anything else, Steve hits loose on the 4-point, which I think he was right. Boris hits back with a 4 and makes his 11-point blocking point against Steve's anchor. Now Steve has got a choice. He can come in low and he can reinforce his 8-point with a spare. He could have come in high and hit loose, but I think he was right to do what he did, because he can use a spare checker on the 8-point. In other words, eight checkers in the attack zone. That's how we start our life at every backgammon game. The attack zone being all the points in one's own inner board plus all the checkers. All the points where having checkers. Six pips or fewer away from open inner board points. So right now, for example, Steve Hills has 9 checkers in the zone, which is short for the attack zone. 5 on his 6, 2 on his 7, 2 on his 8, because the 2 on the 8 and the 7 bear directly on at least one open point, directly is 6 pips away or less in the inner board. So now Boris has reached a decent position here. And Steve Hills elects not to abandon his anchor in order to hit on his 9-point. I think he was right in that decision. Now, but instead he put a builder onto a 7-point. He came out to Boris Dekhtyar's bar point, and Boris hit him with a 9, and now Steve has come in with a 4-1 and put a spare checker on Boris's 5-point. And so this is just a sort of standard both holding and racing position. Now Boris has a 2-1. He could switch points from his 8 to his 7, or he could make the play he did, which is to slot his 4-point, putting a single blot there, hoping to make that point next turn. And I think he did right. He needs to improve his inner board. Steve rolled a 6-4 and he came around the corner, and Boris responds with a nice 6-2 where he hits and he covers. And you're not going to have hit covers unless you have a point slotted. Now Steve says to himself, I know the double 2 is good, but what do I do with it? He says, well, I'm going to make my 4-point. Now, some people would be inhibited to make the 4-point because the last deuce is not so good. But I urge everyone to consider making a play that might be a little bit ugly. Just consider it. Don't just reject it out of hand, because I do that myself too often, and I believe other people do too. But Steve Hills, I think he made the right play, and he made it quickly. I think Steve is going to be right to just break his midpoint. If he doesn't, he's going to have a strung out position and his checkers won't be too safely positioned. And he said, well, I can make my 2-point, but you don't want to, or he says, I can break my 8-point, I can keep my midpoint and double slot. I would be highly inclined to clear the midpoint, and that's what he does. But he looked at all these alternatives, and I tell people, you should look at least 3 alternatives before you, even in positions where the decision might look obvious. So Steve did that, and I think he came to the right conclusion to clear his midpoint. Boris has nothing better with a 3-1 than just to hit loose. Otherwise, he'd have to break an outside point. Doesn't want to do that. And now there's always a chance that Boris that Steve will fan. Boris is white. Boris Dekhtyar white, and Steve Hill's black. Steve Hill's black or red in this case. I think it would, in terms of white and black and white thinking. But it's white and red, strictly speaking. So there's an ugly looking double 2. It's ugly for Boris because, he's got to play 3 more 2s. And he's sitting with too many points. He's got 7 points made, and that situation is usually undesirable because it means that you probably have to break one of those 7 points. So how should Boris Dekhtyar break one of those 7 points? Now he could break a point by going 13 to 11, putting 3 checkers on his own 11 point, and then switching points from his 3 to his 1 point. And that would leave 15 shots for the 5s and the 8s that don't include a 5, which would be double 4 and 6-2. Double 2 being blocked. So would have been 19 shots. Now, Boris says, I'm not going to leave you any outside shots. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break my 3-point. This might have been right, but it's hard to break your board in a position like this where tactics are important. So there was an alternative where Boris would keep his 11 point, but put a checker on a spare on the 11 and one of his 9, leaving 21 shots. And that's what I would have done over the board, but I'm not quite sure it was right. Now, what just happened? So that's what just happened there? Double 1s? Was that a double 1? I forget what just happened. But now Boris rolled well. He shored up his board by making his 1 point. Now Steve Hills rolled a 3-2, and it's he didn't consider anything else but making his 2 point. And now Boris again, he's got a 4-3. I'll do a pip count check. And the pip count would be 127 for white. $124 for red. Yeah, 124 for red, like I said. 127. So now Steve says, "All right, I'm poised to become a favorite if I hit. I'm going to still have an advantage if I do not hit. But this is one of those numbers that neither hits nor safeties the checker." The mindset you have in a position like that where you've got some hitting numbers and you're otherwise okay. Well, actually, Steve's already doubled, so I forgot about that part. I mean, okay, so he doubled last turn, and the mindset, as I was going to say before I get distracted by my own mind, is that you could lose your market for the cube, and you're probably doing well even if you don't get a critical hit. So why not gamble the cube up? So now things are being mixed up. Steve had to hit loose on his own 1 point, and now Boris's 6 is going to be played best, I think, out to the 14 point from Steve's. Oh no, he can hit. No, hit. Sorry, I didn't see that possibility, but that's a better play. And now Boris can redouble, or he could play for gammon, and I don't think it doesn't look like a happy take because he's got 30 ways to cover that thing, I believe. 2 on the bar, so Boris made a good take. I think Steve made a good double, and Boris made a good take and turned it around. And a wise man once told me that if you play with the right attitude, like with a doubling, you don't want to lose your market. In other words, get a position so good that your opponent will not take next turn, versus being unhappy to be in while owning the cube. That attitude leads to the realization that, if you're doubling what used to be thought of as too early, then you might be redoubled fairly soon, but you have to just steel yourself the possibility. Now, Steve double hit. He made his 3 point, and Boris split with a 5-1, and Steve hit twice with a 6-1. Boris hit back. Steve fanned with a double 6. Boris fanned with a 6-3, and Steve fanned for a second successive time with a double 6. This is pretty incredible. And there's a 5-6. Darn, I thought it was going to be another 3-6. That would be a real story. So Boris Dekhtyar comes in, and he's going to play to the bar point now. He's getting very aggressive here, sports fans. I myself, against the checker on the bar, would have played safer 20-14, just trying to escape a checker. But Boris is in the mood to be aggressive, and okay, he got hit back, but then he came back and made his anchor. And now Steve, I'm almost sure he's going to play 13-8 and 18-14, move that checker off of opponent's bar point, duplicating some 2s, remaking a very good point, minimizing attacking chances by Boris. Boris hits with a 2 outside. He's just going to play out with his back checker to Steve Hill's bar point. And he does. And now Steve rolls a 5-4, and he's happy to be able to make Boris's 5 point. And now there's a 6-4 from Boris. The boring play is to come around to the 8 point, hope to get missed. And that's what Boris does. So Boris is a bit ahead in the race. Not anymore. Steve is hitting that thing with a 6. It's a fairly obvious hit. And he's coming out to the 16 point with a 5. Now that's not bad. He's communicating with all his 3 blots. They're all within six pips of each other. So now Steve says, all right, I'm going to make another asset, a concrete asset. The 9 point is going to help me come home, the landing spot for checkers trying to come around and get home. $139 pips for red, and way a bit more than that for white. At 150 for white. Yeah, 150 pips for white, and after this double ones, 135 for red. So I think Boris has got no choice but to hit. Even, he's happy to hit and cover, actually. Steve has got some return shots, but he says to himself, I did not hit the return shot, and I don't feel, being ahead of the race still, I don't feel like leaving a direct shot in the outfield. And I think Boris is going to... He can simply safety his blot on his midpoint, go all the way behind, or he can... He's played three of the 3-3s. He's played one from his 9-point to 3-point, and then he's covered. Now he goes... He moves his 3-point. That's a little funny looking to me. Maybe he thinks it minimizes shots, but it doesn't minimize shots, but it gives more coverage of his own outer board. I would have just minimized shots to 15 shots versus 17 that he did give. Steve has made his 1 point. Boris safeties his outside shot checker. And Steve comes in with a 5-2, keeping all points, adding a builder to a 6-point. And now Boris has got a choice of whether to stack checkers low on his board or just to come around the corner with a spare checker on Steve's 5-point. Now, nobody likes to put stacks of checkers behind the opponent's anchor, and this is a 16-number shot for Steve Hills. So Steve now has another choice. He can stay. He could leave no shots. He could start his 4-point. He could have also kept his 8-point and just moved one checker as a midpoint and left an 8 shot, a 5-number 8 shot. But he elected to leave no shots and start his 4-point, which could be an important addition to his inner board. Now we got a 6-3 from Boris. A brave play would be to make the 11-point. The trouble with making the 11-point is the back checker left behind is vulnerable, but there aren't that very many numbers that really are nasty. There's all the combinations of 2 and 1, which is 4. There's a double 4, 3-1, 3-2. So, but this looks a good play by Boris to put some restraint onto that anchor. Now 6-4, the best of an unhappy lot is to play 13-3, as Steve Hills did. Now Boris runs. He completed the move. Now he's thinking about the 1. He's sure that he's going to move his back checker out to the 14-point, but the question is, he's going to push it to the 13-point, or is he going to go 2-1, slotting the 1-point? And he also said, I can duplicate a 2 to hit into cover. So the hit and cover numbers are now, if he stays on that point where his checker now is the white point, his own 14-point. Now Steve can hit and cover with double 2s, 2-3, or double 1. So now I would have to count the shots either way. I suspect that the double cover, the hit cover numbers are the same, probably. For now, actually 2 more hit cover numbers if he went to the 13-point, because double 4 would have gone 20 to 12 hit, making the 4. Now, Steve hit, Boris fanned, and Steve doubled. And Boris passed in fear of losing the race and maybe getting gammon. I suspect it was a correct pass, but I suspected that about a double that Al Hodis gave Grant Schneider in the last match I commented on. The robot says it was a clear take, almost in blunder range to drop, and in bigger blunder range not to double. So that the players, Al Hodis and Grant Schneider, made the correct cube action. For those who remember it, I was saying, oh, I don't know, but I suspect it might be a drop. Hem-haw. I was trying to get the extreme gammon going. Now, 6-1. Steve Hill started with 6-1, and Boris rolled a bad 6-5. He couldn't hit his back checker, so he brought 2 checkers down. And one to his bar point, which Steve Hills then hit with a 4-2, I think. And now Boris rolled a 5-2. He came in on the 5 with a 5, and he slotted his 4-point. That is usually a good play. He could have also split his back checkers 24 to 22. It's not bad to start a board and to duplicate 3s to hit on the 5-point and to hit on up front. So it was a 6-5 for Steve to make his bar and put a builder on a 7. Boris rolled double 3s. He made his 5 and 21 points. Steve rolled up 5-1 or 4-2, and he put a builder on a 7-point, and now 4-3 from Boris, safetying. It's just a regular old mutual holding game. Now, that was a 4-3, I suppose. Yeah, 4-3 from Steve Hills, and he makes a point, nothing better. Boris rolls 4-1. He puts a spare on his 8-point, where it's nicely placed, very flexible. I assume Steve is just going to dump a checker behind to leave no shots. The alternative to that would be 13 to 7. And one does not like to dump checkers behind your opponent's advanced anchor, but one also does not wish to be hit with a direct shot. That double 4 would have been one of the missing numbers. But Boris, I believe he's thinking about now, shall he make his 2-point and go 13 to 9, or shall he go with the last 3? He's gone 8 to 4 covered his. This is the alternative to just making a 2-point, is to not leave any blots and for Steve Hills to hit and to slot the 2-point instead of making it. And that was that a 4-1 or 3-2. Steve had no choice but to move behind him now, behind the anchor. Boris rolled a 2-1, and he made his 2-point. Now we've got a juicy looking 6-2 for Steve Hills. Now, Steve could make his 2-point, or he had the option to leave a 4-number shot by breaking his midpoint, and then would keep the 8-point in front of Boris. If that had happened and then Boris had rolled a 5-2 like this, he would have hit. Steve Hills might have said to himself, now why did I leave that shot? Or he might have just said, oh well, I did what I thought was right, and then I got hit. I suspect he would believe it was the latter, which is a good attitude to have. And Boris breaks his 8-point, and Steve rolls a very good number, 3-2, to make a 4-point board and not break any points. And now the good number is Boris Dekhtyar's. I believe he should simply run away to the midpoint. 101 pips after that play. 106 though for Steve Hills. There's only 5. This only puts Boris 5 pips ahead with Steve Hills on roll, so he has to think, should I keep more contact than this, or should I? Because he could come out to the 17-point. Could stop right there where he's putting the checkers, and now he could bring 2 checkers down. Now he's got more coverage of the outer boards, and it's going to be harder for Steve Hills to play safely. And a 5-hip lead with your opponent on roll isn't much different than a wash in the race. So I like this play myself, I think, and Boris is seriously considering it. And I don't, in some moods Boris will make this play, in some moods he will not. But I would not be surprised to. Boris Dekhtyar is a very thoughtful player. He thinks hard about his decisions. But I can't predict. I've played him a lot, but I can't predict whether he's going to make this move or not. And he says to himself, this is safe for the moment. I'll have spare checkers to play for a long time, but so will, the trouble is that so will Steve Hills. And there are some awkward numbers and Boris is probably counting the race. Moving that checker on the 6-point up means he's probably comparing positions. He's probably looking at a relative hip count, shifting checkers in his mind, and he'd say, okay, if I don't consider this 4th checker, then on the 6-point we have even pips. Then I can add 6 to mine later, and I can mess around with the other. The mental shift method, as Paul McGreal called it in his book Backgammon, published in 1976. McGreal, one of the all-time greats of backgammon, unfortunately left the world in 2018. Now, Boris Dekhtyar is making the play that I think is best. He counted the pips, and he probably... Now, here's an awkward number. Here's a 6-4. This would have played 2 off the midpoint if Boris had put 4 as midpoint. Now, this is a weakness for now he's this is a good number. So 85 pips I get. I get 98 raw pips for Steve Hills, and Boris either has the running exact count or the running difference in his mind, and probably so does Steve, and Steve just passes. If I was right that it was the count, I think I said 85 to 98 or something like that, and that would be a pass in that position. And now, have they scored it yet? The score sheet is showing 3 apiece. I think they have. I am not watching the live chat, because I need all my energy for commenting. So please don't be offended if I don't respond to your chat on the YouTube video. So this was a good slot by Steve, and a nice double 5 by Boris Dekhtyar, and he made the right play by hitting and making his 3-point, putting a spare checker on his 8-point. Yeah, it went 5-4 for Boris, and 2-1 for Steve, and then 5-5, and now another 5-5 for Steve Hills, and he again, I think he made the correct play coming around to hit, and Boris came back with a 5-4, hitting and making an advanced anchor, and now Steve comes up with a pretty good number. He enters on the 4-point of Boris and makes a nice 11-point. Now, there are 3 choices. One is this one. You keep the anchor, you hit, you hope to be missed in turn so that you can make a nice 4-point. The other play is to play safe with 13-6 Ugh-boo. The other play is to break the anchor and go to midpoint all the way 20-13 Ugh-boo. I think Boris made the standard play. But unfortunately, he has not covered that blot. And he cannot move the blot anywhere, and he can't cover it. And if he wants to avoid leaving any other blots, he would have to put 2 checkers onto his 3-point, so he'd have 4 checkers there. Instead of doing that, he'll give up his midpoint. And this is the lengths to which people go to avoid bad structural features like stacks on lower points in the inner board where they're not going to be able to block much of anything. And Boris made the flexible play, and Steve Hills made his 4-point, and Boris made his 5-point, and now Steve has hit. But this game is still not, just because he's rolled a great number doesn't mean that he's, really not. Now Boris had a choice there with a 3-2, and he moved up to Steve's 5-point. He could have left the checker back on Steve's 2-point and then brought a builder/attacker 8-5. But Boris didn't do that. He wanted the surety, he wanted to ensure that he had that his spare back checker was well positioned to escape. And that's a 4-3 from Steve Hills. He makes his 10-point. Now that's a blocking point in front of the anchor. Now Boris has got a 3 left, and he says, all right, I don't want to slot my 2-point, but I do want to bring checkers in and maybe make the 4-point. Not sure what the right play was. Now this is an excellent roll from Steve Hills. Now he's got a broken 5-point outside prime against Boris's anchor, and Boris says, all right, now I don't have to play 6s next turn, and I've got a 2-point instead of a 1-point. And Steve Hills says, all right, I'm going to put builders safely onto my broken 5-point outside prime. Hope you do not roll something like a double 2. Okay, so this is hasty. Okay, it's a double 1. So Boris has played 3 of them to the 4-point, and then he's gone 3-2. I think maybe he should have instead of going 6-5 and 3-2, he should have may have gone 3-1, and that would probably break his board a lot more easily. But this would have been the same doggone thing. And Steve decides, he says, I do not want to leave a blot in my board. This is not necessarily right. 4-2 might have been right, because at least slotting a point would give you a way you could make the points very soon. So now a 5-1, that would have played better for Steve. He would have been able to make his 1-point work for him, but that is might neither be here nor there. The actual flexibility of the resulting position. But now Steve is unhappy to have checkers inflexibly placed behind the anchor. He says, all right, I'll maintain my blockade and I'll clear my 10-point. Nothing else is any good at all. And now Boris says, I better start running from there. I'll also have to break my 4-point board, which I do not want to do. And there's a 4-1, and Steve Hills is not going to hit and leave all those blots. He's just going to make his own board, 8-3. And Boris would really like double 5s, but he doesn't get it. He has a 5-1, and shall he lift 5-4? Shall he go 2-1, or should he have gone 10-9? I really do not know. He chose 2-1. Boxcars for Steve. That's actually a very good roll. It moves a lot of pips. And Boris can only play one of those double 6s. And Steve is thinking, is the combined race plus my probable advantage in board strength enough to double? And he says, yes, I'm going to double you with all those advantages. And Boris says, I'm I'm not naive enough to pass like a wimp. And Steve says, haha, well, now I've got a 5-point board. Now what are you going to do about it? And Boris says, well, I'd better run away, leaving one blot. And Steve says, all right, I did not hit you, but I did clear my points. And Boris says, well, maybe I'll clear my points too. Shall Boris wait for a 6-5 and give up stuff? Now this 14 and 9 points, I would have been tempted to leave the 13 and 10 points, but I'm not sure if I were right or not. I think that was a 5-1 by Steve. And now a 6-2. Now Steve is a nice favorite in the game, but Boris is not out of it yet. But unfortunately, he didn't get any checkers off. We know that neither side will lose a gammon. Boris takes 2 off. When in bear-offs, you take as many checkers off as you possibly can, almost always. There are exceptions, such as when you can only take when you can take either 1 checker off or 0 checkers off. Sometimes you'll make it distributional play. You'll fill gaps instead of taking 1 checker off. But usually the rules are you bear off as many checkers. That's your first priority, and failing that, you fill gaps. In other words, empty points in your board. You put checkers there so you can bear off with the corresponding number next time. Failing that, you smooth your distribution out so the position actually just looks smoother. The mean difference between number of checkers on each point is minimized if you want to get pseudo-mathematical. And then after that, and there are effects of the score as well, and bear-off rules. But here we are in the next game now. Steve Hills is leading Boris Dekhtyar 5-3, 8-away to 10-away, 13-point match. Boris opens with a 6-3, a common out to the 18-pointed split. Steve replies with a 6-1 and points on him. And now Boris has a choice. He can come in on the 1 point and make the 10-point. This makes another asset. He could have entered on Steve's 4-point and gone 10-9, which is also reasonable. So now 6-2 for Steve. He put a builder on a 7. He split his back checkers. Absolutely right. Boris made his 4-point with a 6-4, and Steve Hills rolled a 9 to hit. Now this is an interesting play. I would actually come in with a 4 like this, and I would slot that 5-point. And there's Boris sliding the 5-point. Nice play, I think. Unstack, duplicate some 2s, and that's a killjoy roll. Now Steve Hills is going to point on the 4-point. I think he's going to make the 2-point. That vastly decreases Boris's chance either to come in off the bar or to make a point, make the 5-point. And that's an icky looking 6-3. I believe he should go 13-7. If he goes out to the 16-point, then Steve will very probably just double. He's got a triple shot. 6s, 4s, and 2s. And he's got a 3-pointer on board with a blockade, and he's going to double. And I would have been happier taking a double if I had a blot on my 7 and 5 and a blot on Steve's 3. Not to say I would have taken it, but I would be much happier taking that than taking the position that Boris dropped. Boris said, I'm not going to play a risky game like this and maybe get gammoned. I think maybe the players are taking a break. So this is time for me to announce that this tournament is the Cherry Blossom Championships of 2025, being held in metropolitan Washington, D.C., actually Herndon, Virginia, at the Hyatt Regency Dulles Hotel. It's named Hyatt Regency Dulles because it's part of the Hyatt chain, the Hyatt Regency chain, and it's near Dulles International Airport. It's about maybe a 10-minute drive or something like that, very close. So one can get a flight to Dulles and easily get over to the tournament site. It's been at this hotel for a whole bunch of years in a row, maybe as many as like 8 or I think it was here in 2018, for example, right? And if it was, might not have been held in 2020 because of the pandemic, or 2021 because of the pandemic. In those years, there was online backgammon, the ABT, American Backgammon Tour online. That was a new way to play backgammon. So this is the tournament is an American Backgammon Tour event. The event that these two gentlemen, Steve Hills and Boris Dekhtyar, are playing in does not gain any points on the ABT circuit. It's known as a side event. It's the Martha Washington Masters. And this is the first round. And now there are 2 separate Masters Jackpot tournaments. Jackpot means it's a single elimination, so if you lose, you're out. Unless you have won enough matches to be in the money, then you've cashed in. The jackpots do not gain ABT points. The main events do. And the main event is going to start tomorrow evening. That's called the Cherry Blossom Open. There's Open. That refers to the levels of player. Open, anybody can enter, and the top players are going to be in that one. And I think the next level down is Advanced. And then there's one after that, maybe called Intermediate. I'm not sure there's a novice tournament or not. I could look at the flyer. But the American Backgammon Tour is run by the U.S. Backgammon Federation. And the idea is you get points for cashing in sanctioned events, and the player with the most points at the end of the year, the end of the ABT season, gets the prestigious, ABT championship. And so that's a great inducement for people to enter such tournaments. Now, Bill Davis was a doyen of backgammon. He was a highly respected organizer. He started the American Backgammon Tour. He has recently passed away, unfortunately. I got that news not long ago. I think Rory Pascar, who was commenting, said a few words about Bill. Now, I knew Bill, and he was a real force to promote backgammon, and he'll be long and sadly missed. He was an organizer from Chicago. He's in the American Backgammon Hall of Fame, deservedly so. Now, in this game, Steve Hills has got an advantage. He's escaped both back checkers. He has made his 5-point, and now he has a broken 4-point prime kind of thing. And Boris Dekhtyar has got 2 checkers back. They're vulnerable to pressure, both attacking pressure and blocking pressure. For example, if Steve Hills were to make his bar point, or his 7-point, which is that white point with a die showing 1, sits, then he will have a 5-point round. Now, Steve Hillier is not afraid to double and put pressure on there, but Boris Dekhtyar isn't afraid to take. If because he knows his way around the backgammon board. He's confident of his ability to play the checkers well. And Steve said, all right, I couldn't do anything much, but at least I put builders into a more menacing place. And Boris says, well, I'm going to oppose you with an anchor. You're going to have to get over this anchor without being hit. Now, Steve says, well, I'm still the favorite in the game. Ha ha ha. And Boris says, well, you may be the favorite, but you may not win. And Steve brings down more builders, hoping to make his 4-point next turn. Boris makes a 5-point prime. And he's got 140 pips, and I believe that Steve Hill's got many fewer. It looks like he's got, after this beautiful double one roll, $114 pips. And Boris Dekhtyar has got, I don't think he's finished his move yet. Okay. After the play, okay, he moved one so far. No. That's the original position. Okay. Boris Dekhtyar was saying, please set the original position up. And that is the original position. No. No. That's the position. Right there. And that's what, and I guess that's what Steve had done, and Boris questioned it, and Boris accepted that the move is legal, which it actually is. It's legal. Boris is going to slot his 3-point. Now he hopes to extend his 5-point prime forward. And now, let me look at the pip count again, because if that was the right pip count, then Steve Hills had a good, I conjectured he was way ahead in the race. Not conjecture, I tried to count it. That's what I thought. But if he had a huge lead in the race, he could have broken his 9-point and maintained builders for his open 4-point. The trouble with keeping the 9-point is that it's going to be hard to clear later, perhaps. I observed in the last match I commented on that holding games like this are pretty effective if the point directly in front of the holding point, in this case Steve Hills' 4-point, is open. That is a feature that is associated with lack of flexibility for the player bearing in. So, and there's a saying that Kit Woolsey, the great bridge and backgammon player, who's here at this tournament, said, this is a saying of Kit's, a point cleared is a point not to be feared. And I apologize if I'm attributing it wrong, but he's the one that I've heard say it for the longest time, and I never heard anybody else say it before he did. And I've been playing backgammon for 50 years or so, and Kit, same ballpark. So all credit to Kit Woolsey. Point clear is a point not to be feared. And now, Steve Hills has got some difficulty clearing. I said he's got some difficulty clearing. There's a double 5, which clears with a vengeance. (6-2) would not have been with a vengeance. So Boris Dekhtyar must not break his board. He has a choice between moving out all the way to his 15-point, one back checker all the way out, or he can stop on the 18-point, move the 4 out, and then close his board with a 3. But he's electing to keep the anchor and break his board. But there's a saying, which is, break your anchor rather than your board. And now he's going to simply, he can't move a back checker, so his question is, well, how does he break it? Or how does he move the spare checkers? This is a fine way to do it. Now, Steve Hills says, shall I bear a checker off and find a 3? Best 3 would be that. Or shall I make my 1-point and then hope that, that's right. That's the right original position. He could make his 1-point and then hope that, okay, this is a hybrid play. This leaves no blot numbers. It might be a little too conservative. But he says, conservative, schmervative, I'm going to hit 4-3 and make the 1-point. That's what I would do. If you are not going to make such a play, you're just going to bear 2 checkers off. So the question is, does he just bear off 2 checkers? And now he's got 3 checkers off, or does he put him on the bar? I would put him on the bar because it's better for the race. And it's better for winning a gammon, though a gammon is a real long shot for Steve Hills to win. especially after Boris enters. And there's another 2-1 now. Now Steve knows he should bear two checkers off instead of messing around with the distribution. And there are no blot numbers. Am I right about that? Yeah, even double 3 would not be a blot number for Steve. And if Steve says, well, I'm not going to bear lots of checkers off because I'm already a nice favorite in the race and I'm going to play a little bit safer. And Boris says, when in doubt, stay where you are. And there is a blot number. And since Boris is going to very likely have to leave break contact entirely if he misses, Steve Hills bears off 2 checkers. And Boris leaves, and Steve continues to bear off. And he's going to increase his lead unless Boris rolls very badly and Steve rolls very well. It will just be an 8-3 ballgame. So that was the best 3-1. And there is 7 pips. And does Boris resign? Does Boris resign? You're not allowed to resign for your opponent. So I assume Boris has resigned. Because, oh, no, he didn't. I'm sorry, he didn't resign. He stopped the clock so he could, Boris did not resign. You know, Steve dropped his die and stopped the clock because, so that he had a chance to pick the die up without losing time on his clock. So I didn't mean to suggest that Steve was the guy who would do that, but people could make honest mistakes and think that Boris has no chance at all, or Boris could just resign. But it's a good protocol not to resign for your opponent or to ask permission to do so if you think that it's a 0 chance to win position. So neither gentleman has done any of those things that I mentioned, except be courteous. Now Steve Hills is leading 8-3 to 13. Somebody's messing with the clock. Maybe that was Andy Lindeberg, one of the Horton family staff. She's the wife of Jeb Horton's son, Paul. And she's a workhorse staff member. And she's been very helpful to me in setting up this commentary, for example. I think that those were her hands, but maybe I didn't see the rest of it. So this is a good play by Boris Dekhtyar. This is what we used to play in the 1970s for double 3 response to a slotting play, or even to a building play. We would sometimes do it. And I think Boris has made the right move there. And now Steve has made a good move as well. He's made his 5-point and slotted a good point, the 7-point, and now he can make it and find 3 more, which he does. I believe this is best. And Boris hits loose on that 4-point. Now, Steve is about even money to hit back, and he does not hit back. But he does keep the back checkers split so that he can start escaping next turn. He has more ways to escape, more ways to hit if Boris rolls a bad number like this one. 6-1 is definitely bad. This is interesting. He could have actually broken his anchor. Breaking the anchor was very interesting, but not very many players would have done it because it looks so dangerous to break your defensive anchor so soon. But the idea behind it would have been to minimize return shots. Maybe steal a break by getting missed and then rolling a 6 next turn to have both vectors escaped. I think, what did Boris roll? A 1-2 there? So he came into the 1 and he hit loose on Steve on his own 4-point. And Steve says, I'm going to double you, even though I'm 5 away. I would not have doubled that myself, but I think it's the cube leverage Boris has got is too much, but to be fair, Boris is an underdog from here. And it takes a lot of skill to play a position like this, right? And Boris has made the right move there. No better 5 than to just make a point. Steve Hills has made a 5-point prime. Boris is going to be looking to play a back game. So he's going to hit loose with a 2. And he could, he could do a hybrid thing. He could go 24 to 21 and hope to not to force himself into a back game, but to escape one of the 4 back checkers. But he goes back game-ish, which it's hard to voluntarily play a back game, but that's what Boris is doing. And Steve Hills has missed all the blots, and now Boris is going to be able to cover his 4-point. Now, these are tough positions to get right. So he covers his 4-point with 2 threes. I think most people would agree that that's the best use of 2 threes. For the last 2, he's going to hit loose, and I think he's right. Because if he gets hit back, he might have time to time a back game. If he doesn't, he might make a point and pull off the great escape, right? So this, he must leave. He must leave from Steve Hills' 4-point, because the alternative is to make the 2-point and then hope for a 6 in quick succession. Right after that, so he can keep his 5-point board and then pull off the great escape. I think it's better to come out while the coming out is good. And for the 5, I suspect the 5 Boris has just played would be right. But it's not completely clear, but it's an interesting thought anyway. It duplicates a 6 to get the other check. Whatever. But Boris is now thinking about, he's played a 5. I guess he thinks that that's the 5 he's going to play no matter what. And he's thinking whether he should come out, which I think he should do, or just make his 2-point. And there's a 1-4, which is, there's no real choice for Steve but to hit loose with that 4. Came in with a 1. And now Boris hits back. So Boris is trying to break out of that prime over there. He hopes that he can make the 2-point next time. And now he says, all right, you are 5 away. I am going to double you to 4. I think this is an excellent double. I think that we sort of get into La La Land. We sort of get into positions where it's very difficult to. Okay, no, so he's taken it, right? And I'm trying to get my mouse going. Got a wireless mouse here. Rory Pascar said, just jiggle it a little bit and it'll work. My idea is to get extreme gammon up. So now it's going back and forth. Steve just rolled, it looked like a 1-3, either 1-3 or 1-1, and hit, made the anchor and hit on his own 10-point, and then Boris made the made Steve's 4-point at the edge of the prime in turn, but then Steve rolled a very good number. He came out with a 6 and hit. And Steve is very happy now that he took the cube. Boris is thinking, what the heck should I do with the 3-2? Now Boris has played a 3 from the bar to make Steve's 3-point, Boris's own 22-point. I suspect he should just move the deuce up. I mean, he could come in with a 2 instead of the 3. and then he could move up to the edge of the prime, hoping that now this is what I guess this is probably what I would do, coming in the 2 and go 24-21 to get a third checker at the edge of the prime, and just hope that Steve Hills could not cover the 10-point. There are 18 ways to cover the 10-point after Boris's move. And he's hoping that, okay, he doesn't cover the 10-point, and I roll a 6 to get out. And maybe my prime stands up, or maybe I can make a double anchor later. That's what I would do. I would put that third checker on the 21 point. But Boris says, I'm going to go full back game. I go, well, full back game. He's considering it. He's not making the play. He's saying, okay, I can make a second anchor, and then maybe I can get a bunch of blots hit, and then I can survive with the back game. But I think it's just too. And Boris is trying to think whether it's the best way to win the game, because if he loses 4 points, then he's going to be down 12-3 in the Crawford game, which is only a few little percent winning chances. I think he actually wins more often if he comes in with a 2 and up with a 3, as I've been saying. I mean, it's going to look ugly if he does not make a double anchor, and then Steve Hills makes his 10-point. But it's going to look ugly in any case if he makes his 10-point. So Boris says, okay, I will maintain a double anchor. And sure enough, the 10-point is not made. And now he says, I hope I get a 6 regardless. I do get a 6 regardless. And now he's got a choice. He keeps his prime. He could have done a loose hit there anyway. But now he said it's better for me to keep that prime. Probably he's right. He'd be hoping with a banana split, 21 to 15, 3-1 hit. He'd be hoping for a fan and then hit, followed by the great escape. Hit, cover, escape, and now Steve Hill says, all right, I think I should make my 16-point, and Boris says, I hope I roll a lot of 1s. Instead he rolls his worst, which is double 4, breaking his board, and he just he played illegally. He moved all his checkers to his ace point. That's illegal. 2 of those would have been on his 2-point. He played all of them to his ace point from his 6 and his 4. And whether, this illegal moves tournament, so if you notice that your opponent has done something illegal, you're obliged by those rules to point it out. Now, the trouble with illegal moves roll is, an opponent can not correct your play if he thinks it's against his advantage, and then he can just say, I didn't see it. And probably that's what happened here. Probably Steve Hills just didn't see it. Didn't just think it was illegal, or doesn't know it's illegal in this tournament. So all these things are possible. But whatever the case, it would have been a bad situation for Boris in any case, right? Because he's got all these checkers back, and he's got a board that's going to go south even more. And there goes his 4-point, and with a 3, and now Steve Hills, I think, is going to be playing for the gammon. Now, it's a trick to put some checkers behind your opponent's anchor, and it's usually, not always, it minimizes the chance that you have to play awkwardly. Now again, now Steve Hills is playing to come in quickly and be even on his outside points. He could have played to maintain his prime longer, and he would have been able to do so, whether rightly or wrongly. Boris cannot get out with a 6, and he doesn't have to break any more points. And that is a double 3. Now, that's a very good roll for Steve Hills. He brings all his checkers in, and Boris is hoping just to save the gammon and stay alive in this game. But there's a variation where he hits and saves the gammon, or he rolls big. Like, that's a big number. I think he should probably just make his 12 point. I think flexibility is not worth maybe very much, but if he's really trying to save the gammon, maybe he should just spread his checkers out. There's a 2-1, and he crosses quadrants to his 6 point. Perfectly efficient. Steve Hills is bearing off as fast as ever he can. And there's a 4-2, and Boris says, now I've got a 4-point board, and I haven't wasted any pips of outside motion. And Steve says, well, shall I play safe? Shall I bear 4 checkers off? Give myself a 6-2 to leave a double shot? Given, assuming that Boris would then keep the 22 anchor. He's not worried about getting backgammon. The gammon would lose the match for him. So now, after this play, Boris can move his front checker, unless he rolls something really big. If there was a 5-4, and now there's a 6-3 double blot number. And that's a 4-3. Okay, so now Steve bears a checker off instead of clearing his 5, which is a little bit safer. Now Boris has got no choice but to leave the checkers there. Now there's a 6-3 blot number, double blot number. It's a double 5, no blot number. And Boris is going to have to do some fancy racing to get away from here. So he could get 2 crossovers, or he could I think it's better. I think he maximizes his chance for 1 crossover this way, but that's all right. So he can, all right. Now he's got double, this is all right. I don't know. He's got double 4s, 5s, and 6s this way. He could have stayed on the 14 and 6. He would have had 14 and 6. He would have had 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. I think he made an error with his double 4. I think he could have gotten double 3s by being on the 6 point and the 14 point. Is that right? The 6 point, yeah. Double 3s, 14 to 5, 3 off. Anyway, Steve Hills has played very well, and he has won this Masters match against the veteran Boris Dekhtyar from New Jersey. Steve Hills being from the local area, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Here I am. Cherry Blossom Championships of 2025. American Backgammon Tour events. I've just commented on a couple of matches in the Masters, the Masters Jackpot at the open level, the Martha Washington Masters. You can go to the U.S. Backgammon Federation website, usbgf.org, and whether you're a member of the USBGF or not, which you should, of course, be if you're an avid backgammon player, get a lot of good perks, including that great backgammon magazine, Primetime Backgammon, of which I am the executive editor. So I'm not going to miss the chance to plug that magazine. You also get a lot of access to a lot of teaching videos, a lot of good material, such as weekly articles by Chris Bray, the columnist for the backgammon section of the Times of London. That is a serious paper. And Chris is a serious backgammon player and writer. And he writes a book called Bray's Learning Curve, BRAY's Learning Curve. Weekly feature, I believe, of the U.S. Backgammon Federation's online content. He comes up with a very interesting problem each week and gives a detailed analysis of the best play and the considerations, right? That's just an example. You can get, there's a zillion more things you can get. You can get free entries to U.S. Backgammon Federation sponsored side events. If you're a new player, there are all kinds of good features of the U.S. Backgammon Federation content that you can take advantage of. Teaching videos and et cetera, et cetera. If you become a premium member of the U.S. Backgammon Federation, which is something like $85 a year, you get all that content, plus you get access to, as I was saying before in an oblique way, you get access to all the back issues of Primetime Backgammon going all the way back to 2010. And we have a lot of great writers for that magazine. Lots of people in the backgammon community want to write for it. And so we have to, we're never at a shortage for content. Every issue we have a lot of good things to choose from. You can pay extra to get the print magazine. It's very nice, glossy, beautifully produced magazine. And if you are a founding sponsor, hello, Matt Patterson out there. If you're a founding sponsor of the U.S. Backgammon Federation, you can learn more about that by going to usbgf.org. Then, depending on how much you want to donate every month or one time or whatever the current arrangements are, then you can get, along with that donation, you get a subscription to the print issue, as well as access to the online version. It's the same content, but one is online and one of them you can hold in your hot hands. These are only some of the perks of being a member of the premium member of the U.S. Backgammon Federation. I encourage everybody to do so. For all of you novices or intermediate players, there are events that you can sign up for. One of which is called Backgammon for Everyone, and it's run by Julius High and Tom Jane. They are both supported by the U.S. Backgammon Federation in the effort to teach novices. Now, they'll have a weekend-long event at a big tournament. Maybe it's at this one. I can even check my flyer. Got it in my.
Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candace Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far, we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're going to have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the U.S. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026. Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candace Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far, we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're going to have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the U.S. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026.
Start a match from the Women's World of Backgammon Championship. Cannot do
Semi-final, so the winner of this is in the money. If you guys want to talk about hedging, I can use the mic for a minute while you do that. That is a good question. Let me.
Testing 1, 2. I assume that we are on the air. I am Marty Storer. I will be commenting on this match between Patty Knapp and Kelsey Rose. This is the Cherry Blossom Women's World of Backgammon Cup, if I'm getting that name right. This is a women-only event. The U.S. Backgammon Federation is cooperating with organizations like Women's World of Backgammon to promote greater participation among women and to educate people about various female players in this game, such as two-time world champion Akiko Yazawa and Karen Davis, who is one of the principal people in Women's World of Backgammon, member of the American Backgammon Hall of Fame, a great promoter of the game and a force behind promotion of women's backgammon. And, you know, there are some people who believe that there should not be any separate events such as women's backgammon, but the fact is that participation in American backgammon tournaments by women lags that of men by quite a large margin, although it's been the margin has narrowed in recent years. So the U.S. Backgammon Federation believes that, you know, it's just another good thing to be done to raise awareness and help everybody gain, women, men, non-binary, everybody. And of course, there are no men-only events. Women are allowed to play in whatever, such as Akiko Yazawa winning the world championship.
All right, you guys are good to start.
Anybody can enter any open tournament except for women-only events. So now we've got Kelsey Rose playing the red checkers at the bottom of the screen against Patty Knapp. Now, Kelsey is a relatively new player. This is a 7-point match, as I said. Patty Knapp has been around a very long time. And Kelsey is a very enthusiastic new player. She wrote an article for Primetime Backgammon magazine. I believe it was the previous issue, either the winter or the winter 2025 or the fall 2024 issue, I forget what, about her experiences as a relatively new player on the American Backgammon Tour circuit. So these players have now played standard opening moves, and I did not see any mistakes at all. And I like this play by Kelsey to make the 22-point and the 9-point. You know, Patty rolls a 2-1 and she comes up and makes the 22-point anchor. That is great defense. And Kelsey follows with a nice 6-1, one of 4 numbers that hit that blot in the outfield. Patty hopes to come back with a 3, but the only 3 she could come back with is a combination 3 that doesn't hit anything. She enters on Kelsey Rose's 2-point and moves a spare checker from 6 to 5, thus increasing the coverage of her own board, attacking chances and point-making chances later. And now 5-2 for Kelsey. Now she elects to spread her checkers out and leave a builder blot on her 10-point. She could have played more conservatively and lifted the blot from her 10-point to her 8-point. She perhaps thought that was too stiff or too inflexible looking. It was certainly something to be considered, given that she was ahead in the race with only 1 back checker to escape. In positions like that, sometimes you want to be ultra conservative and not leave indirect shots. I think I would have lifted that blot myself, but now Kelsey's got a 4-3 to play, and I think she'll just, let's see, so she's got a blot on her 10-point. She could cover it with a 3 and then bring another checker down 4. keeping a rack of builders. Instead, she's lifted the blot on her 10-point and moved her checker a blot down to her 1 point. The advantage of that play is she hangs on to her midpoint, which is good for controlling outfield. And now Patty's run with a 6-3, and now Kelsey's got she had a way to hit that blot, which she would not have had she made the play. I think was the right play. But now Kelsey has made her 1 point, and Patty's rolled a fantastic double 5. And she's thinking whether to make a broken 5-point prime like that. She could have also made a 4th point in her board, but I think she was perfectly right to do what she did. And now Kelsey has come back with a fantastic reply, which is in on the 4 point, so she can get out with that checker maybe next time. And hitting with a 2, and Patty has stayed on the bar against the 3-point board of Chelsea. That was a 1 in 4 shot. If you're trying to enter 1 checker from bar against a 3-point board, 1/4 of all numbers stay on the bar. And after Patty stayed on the bar, Kelsey apparently did not consider turning the doubling cube. And then she might have doubled right there too. But she made her 5-point with 3-1. And now Patty Knapp is back in with a 2, and now she slots her 2-point, a very good move, I think. She could have kept her 7-point and slotted her 1 point. I think she wants to make points in her board. Now again, I think Kelsey would have had a strong double there. Now with 5-4, so she's hitting loose. Interesting. That is giving Patty a whole bunch of ways to hit back. 11 ways out of 36 to be exact. She didn't have to do that. She could have. Kelsey Rose could have moved off of her midpoint instead, but she gets out. She doesn't hit Patty's blot back on Patty's 2-point or on Patty's 8-point, but she comes out of the board with a 5-4. Now Patty makes her 2-point, slots her 4-point, wishing to make that point next time, and that is what is that number? It looks like it's a 5-2. There's a bit of glare on the dice. So a 5-2 is best played by moving the blot to safety, 16 to 9. Oh, 5-1 is what it was. Okay, so that's a different story. So now I'm not sure what the best play would have been, but I'd have to think about it some more. But in any case, Patty hit Kelsey in the outer board with a 6-4, and Kelsey came back in and hit with 3-1, and then Patty came back in with a 2-5, and now Kelsey has jumped out of Patty's on the board and played 8-6 safely. So I think that Kelsey probably has missed a lot of doubles in this sequence. She could have turned the cube, and Patty would have had a very difficult time deciding to take. But now, so Patty exited Kelsey's board. And that again would have been a double from Kelsey. I mean, I think she should have done so, but she didn't. And she rolled a 6-1, and instead of breaking a point in front of Patty's anchor, she decided to break her 15-point. Now, she could have stayed back on the 15 instead of moving from the 15 to the 14, and that would have duplicated we say duplicated 4 to hit and 4 to exit the board. Sometimes that's not a very important consideration. I mean, she did actually, by moving forward, she did actually leave 1 less shot. Now, Patty elected to dodge a 6-4 return shot, playing 6 to 5 with a spare instead of 11 to 10. 11 to 10 would have been another builder for the open 4-point. Now, this is a bad roll for Kelsey. She can't move from her 8-point shoot, so she has to move either 3 from her 9-point and then 1 from her 6, or 2 from her 9 and 2 from her 6. I'm not sure what the right play is. If she moves 3 from 9 to 4 and 1 from 6 to 1, she leaves fewer shots. She does not duplicate a 6 to attack on the 1-point, though, and she leaves the blot in her inner board instead of outside it. So that if she, now, Patty just says, I've seen enough, I'm going to double, and let's see if you want to take this. I predict she does not want to take it because she can get gammoned a lot. Now, if Kelsey had doubled earlier in positions where I believe she should have, then Patty might have passed the cube, right? And I think maybe in some of those positions she probably should have passed it. And in that case, Kelsey would have saved herself from the chance to roll a bad number later. In other words, she let Patty stay in the game and have a chance. Now, I might be wrong about whether Kelsey should have doubled at one certain point or two, and whether Patty should have taken. But it's one advantage of turning the cube is that you might get your opponent to make the wrong decision. Now that 2-1 in response to the opening 5-1 split by Kelsey can be played slotting into a double shot instead of splitting with a 1. And if you're not going to slot into a double shot, then you could, it's the robot thinks it's better to move 1 back checker all the way up instead of leave a bunch of indirect shots in the outfield. The margins are close, but the slot is actually very good, and I've done extensive rollout trials, and it comes out to be just about even in normal match situations and in money games, and in other match situations it's mostly right to slot into the double shot. It's hard for me to discuss all the ramifications in this context. But now Kelsey is a nice favorite in this game. It's very tempting to turn a cube in a position like this because you might get a pass or an incorrect take even. And you'll put psychological pressure on your opponent as well as tactical. So Patty rolled a great 4-3 in with a 4 and out with a 3 to safety. But now we have a situation where Kelsey Rose is ahead in the race. Kelsey has chosen to make a new point and just burn a checker down to the 1 point. Now, she probably should not have done that because she ends up with 7 points made, a situation called TMP, or too many points. And now she rolls double 6, and she can only play 2 of them. Had she played something like 11 to 4, she would have stood pat and had better timing to hold her board. Now, Patty rolls 3-1 and bravely makes her 5-point. I think she's exactly right to do so. Now Kelsey's got a 5-2, which is an ugly choice. She can throw certain caution to the winds and break her 18 point, her rearmost point, and give a 25 number shot to Patty Knapp. The good part about this is that Kelsey is ahead in the race, and if Patty misses or if she hits and then Kelsey comes back around, maybe hitting back, then Kelsey's gained. So Patty has missed the 25 number shot, and she breaks her 11 point and makes her 8 point. And Kelsey's probably now counting the race, which I will now do. 98 for red, 124 for white. So a substantial lead in the race, but a substantial chance to hit a blot. And if she knew, if Kelsey knew she were going to roll 3-1, her double would have been great. You know, I think it was probably a decent, at least a decent double. So 4-3, Patty Knapp slots her 4 point. Now she could have broken her midpoint. One advantage of breaking the midpoint is you don't give yourself any bad ones in the future, because you can't play from a one from the midpoint. And the other advantage is that you give Kelsey a chance to roll a 1-6 and thus come into her 6 point and leave shots. She's going to leave all that much sooner. So I think I would have not slotted the 4 point the first time. Now at this pip count, I believe this would be a pass for white or Patty Knapp. So Patty Knapp is saying, okay, I rolled double fours, which is a lot of pips, a lot of freight, and I guess that double twos was cocked. Now a 5-4 for Kelsey. Kelsey strips her 11 point in preparation to clear that point. That's standard procedure, and Patty is saving a 6. She can play sixes without having to break. But now Kelsey is cleared. She prepared to clear it, and she did clear it without leaving a shot. So the race is on, and that is a double 4. Now she could play exactly into the 6 point with 3 out of the 4 fours. I don't think it's a big difference between this play and an 18 to 6, 18 to 14. Still, I think it was a little tiny bit better to move out of the 6 point. It's hardly any different in terms of winning chances. Now Kelsey is zipping along. What is that? That's a double 6. Kelsey is still a favorite, but now she's rolled a double missing number. She fills the gap on her 3 point and she moves 6-2. It might have been better to play 5-1 for a smoother distribution and less stacking. If you can't do anything else good with a number and the bear off, you should often just smooth the position. So, that was a 6. What was that? A 6-3. Okay. No. She played a 3 and a what? Either she made an illegal play or she could have taken a checker off and she didn't do it. So now we've got eight left for Kelsey, 9 checkers left for Patty Knapp. Patty Knapp owning the cube, and she's got some good chances here, but Kelsey Rose is not missed. She's taken 2 checkers off instead of missing with a 4. And Patty rolls 6-3. Oh no, oh my goodness, no, she wasted a pip on that. There was no reason for her to waste a pip. If she had not wasted a pip, would it have mattered? It matters a little bit sometimes, but I don't think it mattered much. Double 2s. That would have been the same result. And Kelsey puts the game away with a double 5. Now she's ahead 2-1 in the 7-point match. She needs 5 points, and Patty Knapp needs 6 points. Now, I've known Patty for a long time, and I don't know Kelsey very well, and I'm not sure I've ever spoken to her, or so, not very much. But from what I've seen in passing about Kelsey and know what I know about Patty, they're both very nice people, gracious opponents. You know, this is the kind of person we want to have in the game and playing all the time. Kelsey is a young person, and we want to encourage people like her to come back and play and play and play. So now Kelsey splits both her back checkers. She moves both back checkers up in response to Patty's opening 4-2, making a 5-point. Now she could have split with one and brought one checker down, but it's not her play's not the worst. And Patty responded with a double tiger play, hitting Michi Kageyama's turn to hit twice in her inner board and leave 2 blots in her inner board, a double direct return shot. And I think that was a great play on Patty's part. Now, Patty says, all right, I'm going to keep attacking. And instead of not attacking and just making my 5-point, I'm going to put 2 on the bar and hope that Kelsey does not. I mean, now I would just double this now. Just flip this cube. It's possible that because the threat of a gammon might be enough to. Might be enough. Now I would have gone ahead with that double tiger idea and hit on the 5-point, but Patty, I guess, feeling that she's made more progress, thinks she should be a little more conservative. Again, I would hit that thing on the 5-point and bring a builder down, but because if Kelsey so much as rolls a 5 in this position versus the one after Patty would have hit, then she's got a good game. She's rolled a 3-4. If Patty had hit instead of made a safer play, her 5-point would have been slotted in this sequence of rolls, and she would have been ready to make that 5-point. Here, Patty decides she will make an anchor, and Kelsey rolls a 6-1, and she hits. She leaves a checker on her 9-point where it's going to be very useful if it is missed. She can cover the 9-point, or she can use the blot on the 9-point to make her 5-point or her bar point. So 6-4. So now she can cover. She could cover the 9-point and find a 6. There are 4 legal 6s, but only 3 of them are worth looking at. One of them is to slot the bar point. The other is to run the back checker and hope to be missed. 26 numbers would hit. Or this is just to play safe. Strip the 8-point, leave a blot in the inner board. That would have been my third choice. Now, Patty makes a natural-looking play coming all the way into her 6-point with a 6-2. She could have stopped on the 8-point and played the 2 down to the 11-point, bringing another attacker into the zone, aiming at her inner board points. She has missed, and now Kelsey has now escaped safely, so she's going to play 14-8 safely. What about the pip count? 126 pips for Kelsey, and we've got 135 minus 7 is 128, so it's a close race. Kelsey is going to think about whether to put a builder on her 9 point and then just play a checker behind the anchor. The good part of this is that the builders can be used to make the bar point or the 5 point, which are key. The bad part is that, okay, there are blots in the board which might encourage Patty Knapp at some point to run away. But she's made it her 5 point with a 3-1. And Patty has to think now, do I run or do I stay or do I go? She can go. She can hop out to Kelsey's 10 point and then she could make her 3 point. And that would have been a good, now depending on the race, that's either clearly indicated or or partly indicated. And my gut feeling is that what it was best, the only time in which it wouldn't be best is if the race were not close. Sometimes even such a move would be right, even if the race were against you, because that might be your best way to win is by racing if you're somewhat of an underdog. But in this case, I think the race was close. Now that is a bad deuce on Kelsey's part. She's probably trying to save a 6, and so she's leaving a spare checker on her 8 point. But saving 6s is overrated. She should have played 8 to 6, which is a much better place for the blot to be. She thought maybe, if I roll a 6-1 or 6-2, I can play it safely. But 6-1, she would, play somewhat safely anyway, not completely safely. I'll do a pip count check in a moment. Now a 4-3 for Kelsey, so she could elect to go 9 to 6 with a 4 is fine. 9 to 6 for the 3 would bear in faster, and it would be a little bit menacing to Patty's back checkers if Patty should decide to run. But making the 2 point is useful anyway. So what do we have? 86 pips before the roll for Kelsey, and we've got 93 raw pips or unadjusted pip count for Patty. So it was kind of close. And Patty is right, must stay put, and she slots her 1 point. And now 6-5 for Kelsey. She can play that safely, breaking her 8 point. The only safe play. Patty will probably exit with 1 checker, and with the 6 now she should make the 1 point. And this way, in case Kelsey rolls something bad like a 6-5 or something like that. What is that? 5-4, I think. So she can play safe with a 5-3. So she could not have played safely otherwise. And Patty moves to the 10 point. And she is still hoping for, what is that? Is that a 4-2? A little hard for me to say. I think it's a 4-2. If it's a 5-2, she must leave a lot. But it's a 3-2? All right. It's a 3-2. She played a 3-2. And Patty rolled a 4-3, and she's staying back for the shot. And there is a shot. That is a shot with a vengeance, a double shot. So she can hit, leaving 20 return shots. Or she can not hit, leaving more than 20. And there's a 1-2, which hits. And now Patty has to decide whether she's going to cash the game. Oh, she's going to cash it. So the risk she took by not rolling was that she would roll a combination of 5, 2, and 1 and not be able to move a back checker on this breaker board. What she would have aimed for playing on is an undoubled gammon, starting with a 3 to hit, and then following by winning a gammon against 2 checkers on the bar. I would have been highly inclined to play on for the gammon. But Patty, when in doubt, in a position like that, you cash it, and if she's in doubt, that's what she should do. And now Kelsey is opened with a 6-3. It's 5 away to 5 away. They're effectively playing a 5-point match. And Patty replied with 3-1, making a 5-point correctly, as I believe. Kelsey correctly made her 5-point. Patty correctly hit on her 7-point. Kelsey has missed the return shot. Now, she's got a couple of decent plays. One of them is to enter, well, maybe 3 or 4 decent plays. One is to enter on Patty's 4-point and find a 2. And she conservatively lifts her outside block. And it's good in a case like this where she gets pointed on. She could have played 13 to 11. She could have entered on the 2-point and played 13 to 9 and left blots, but not been as vulnerable on a point or the 4-point of Patty that Patty wants to make. 3-6 is a decent reply, because now Kelsey can just hop out and not have to leave other blots elsewhere. It doesn't stay on the bar, right? So that is a legal roll. It was die on top of checker on the right of the roller. Patty Knapp correctly makes her bar point with a 6-1. And Kelsey has now rolled a double 4, which she decides she will not leave any new blots, but in return she's made a somewhat undesirable point on her side of the board, the 2-point. She had other plays. She could have made the 4 and the 2 points. For example, I guess Kelsey has rolled cocked, and now she has fan. Now this, I'm almost certain, I'm all but certain, this is too good to double for Patty. And Patty, again, does not double. And with a double 1, she comes out of, she moves her builder into the board, I mean. And Kelsey has nothing better than to enter and move Burn to a 2-point. Patty could have considered a double. She might think it's still too good. I am not sure about that, and when in doubt, you don't want to make assumptions. Now, Patty should make I think she should just make that bar point. Blocking a high number, blocking a 6. That's a 5-point prime. And a bunch of Patty's 6s are bad. 6-2 is okay. I don't even know what's best, but this is certainly not bad. She could have, instead of this, she can split with a 2 and then come in with a 6. Like that. And keep 5 points in a row. This is, at least it's a good concept. This is the best reply that, I believe it's the best reply that Kelsey Rose had. Double 1s would have been fine also. And she says, all right, if I'm coming up to the edge of the prime, then I'm going to put you on the bar, so maybe you'll roll something ugly like that, or stay on the bar and let me escape with the 6 and the like. No, that was not the best. Okay, that should have been, Kelsey should have considered breaking her 8-point instead. That would have left her more builders to make points in her board. So this is where, a play like that's where you really have to sit on your hands and sort of really, really look at a whole bunch of plays. And I tell people you should look at least 3 plays, especially if you're unsure of your ground. If you're a relatively new player, you don't want to miss the right play just because you didn't consider it, right? So now Chelsea quickly hits loose, and Patty's, she might have a good double there. It's going to be difficult for Kelsey to escape, perhaps. And meanwhile, she's got a one shot that would be. Now it's true that it might have been a take, but you're not going to know whether your opponent would make the wrong cube decision unless you give them the cube. That's Woolsey's law, or Woolsey's doubling rule as I originally knew it, which says that if you are unsure whether your opponent has a take, then you should double. And now Patty says, all right, I've seen enough. And it is a clear pass, I would say, at the score against that solid 5-point prime. Maybe not the hugest pass in the world, but with Kelsey's timing in a little bit of jeopardy and the 5-point prime in front of the anchor, I think she probably should have passed as she did. Now Patty needs 4 and Kelsey needs 5. Now at this score, the player with 4, needing 4 points, the player with 4 away, is inclined to be more aggressive with the cube, especially if gammon chances raise their head not very far above the horizon. This is a good 5-4 in response to the 5-1, and now this is a great response. Probably the best. Double 3, pointing on the 5-point and making a second point. Now if Kelsey comes back with a bad number, that's a bad number. You have no way of knowing how she's going to play it. This is a screeching, loudly screaming double for Patty. And unfortunately, she did not roll a 6, a 1, or a 4. She rolled a 5-2 instead, and she does her best, bringing a builder to her 8-point and advancing. And now Kelsey says, okay, I've got myself an 18-point. And I must now decide whether to play the 13 to 10 or 6 to 3. 6 to 3 leaves fewer shots. 13 to 10 puts a builder attacker into play. I would have been tempted to leave fewer shots against the stronger board. 12 instead of, I don't know what, 17 or 16 or something like that. But that was a good reply for Kelsey. She came in and out. Patty elects not to double. And Patty says, all right, I don't want to move a spare from my 6 to my 5. That would be a little inflexible, but back checker on the 23-point is less well placed for escape than a back checker on the 24-pointer on Kelsey's 1. Now, this is one of Kelsey's worst replies to that 3-1. Now she can I think her 6 has to be that. No, it's not necessarily right. She could play. There's a variation she could play. She could slaughter bar point. This might be actually better because she might make a bigger gain. This is a double. It's just a double for Patty because she can win some gammons here. She's got a lot of development and Kelsey doesn't. And she can slaughter 2 points is probably right, just to keep the outside points in line. And Kelsey has some winning chances, but in variations like this where she fans on the stronger board of Patty, and Patty might be playing for the gammon. I don't know, but if she doubled, then it would be extremely optimistic for Kelsey Rose to take at that score. Again, Patty stays on, I mean, Kelsey, rose red, stays on the bar. What is that? And Patty again does not double. My guess is she's playing for gammon. Because if she gets 2 points, she'll be 2 away. Now that's a 4-3. I think that's a 4-3, and Patty plays 2 checkers off the 6 point. And there's a beautiful 6-1, getting the back check out of range. Now, this is just a double based on winning chances and somewhat based on the score. And there's even an argument for volunteering a double shot. So this is a 5-1 now. Very interesting choice. I think the best practical choice might be to move to the 13 point. The best technical choice might have been that, or even this, or but Patty's an old hand. She knows to break that midpoint. She should have doubled ahead of time, I think, because the idea is that yes, Patty is likely to leave a direct shot somewhere, but then Kelsey has to hit the shot in order to win. And a 2 point, and even if she hits, she's in gammon jeopardy. Maybe Patty will hit back. Now this is too good to double. I mean, it's too good just because there's only one blot number on the board for Patty, which is double 3, and okay, she perceives that. Now having rolled cocked, I don't think she's allowed to double anymore by U.S. Backgammon Federation rules. Now she's going to come in with a 4, and she's going to slaughter 1 point. Slaughter 1 point. Sliding 1 point is better for the race and for the gammon save. I mean, better to gammon Kelsey. Now Kelsey is. I mean, she could make her bar point, or she could bring a checker in. Making the bar point would be a long shot. Now Patty's got. Patty rolls double 4s, and she bears all checkers in, 1 off. And now Kelsey is happy that she played exactly to the 6 point. Now she says, "All right, I will cross with a 3, and that way I ensure that I've only wasted 1 pip crossing over." I think I might have played all the way to the 10 point from the 18 point. It's small potatoes. Now she should definitely cross there. No, the 1. She makes another crossover. I'm not sure that was right. Maybe she should have diversified her numbers, and so 8 to 7 is not bad. It caters to bad 1s by giving a crossover. That's a 2 and something. She's going to go 8 to 6 with a 2, as she knows, and a 3. He says, "All right, I don't want to waste another pip. I'll play 18 to 15. And Patty says, "I'm going to try to get my distribution as smooth as possible, get off as many checkers as possible." I don't see what that's a 2-5. All right, so that's right. 2 crossovers for. It's I believe exactly the right play. And when you're trying to save a gammon, you want to cross quadrants with each single number on the dice. Now, Kelsey cannot do so with that 4-3. It probably doesn't matter very much whether she goes 12 to 9 or she goes 18 to 15. My inclination is 12 to 9, just for flexibility. That's what Kelsey does. Patty's hoping for big doubles. Wow, 6-2 is not bad. No, that's a no miss, 2 off. Now, if Kelsey starts throwing small numbers, she's going to be unhappy with things. So this is tough, actually. She fills her 4 point. Maybe right. It would probably not have filled that 4 point. Now, this is interesting. Now, Patty could play to maximize things with doubles, like she could get 3 off of double 2s. Now, Kelsey she plays correctly, and she's got I think she's got 17 numbers to bear off at least one checker next turn. That's what she'll have to rely on if Patty rolls double fives or sixes right now. 6-1. So she should, yeah, okay, so this is fine. She's got double fours to bear off all her checkers. And that is a miss. Okay, so 3 and then 5 to 3 ensures that Kelsey will bear off. Even 2-1 bears off. If she doesn't roll double fours or better, and she doesn't, she rolls 3-2. Doesn't matter how she plays as long as she gets. Doesn't matter how she plays in any case. She's won the game. And Kelsey bears off with any number, and she doesn't bother to prove to Patty that she's going to bear off. And Patty accepts it. So, but Patty's won 1 point. So she's up 4-2, 3 away to 5 away. At that score, the leader has got to be very careful about taking any double where the trailing player in the match has significant or even a bit better than average gammon chances. But the trailer has to be careful about taking a 2 cube if there are hardly any gammons to be won. Now, Kelsey started with a 6-2. That's perfectly fine. And I think that was a 4-2. It was a 4-2 or a 5-1 on the part of Patty, which she decided to hit loose on her bar point. I think that was right. And now, double 3 from Kelsey. Now, she could have played a little safer with the 3 instead of bringing a builder. She could have played 18 to 15 and tried more for a racing kind of scenario. Okay, so now I believe Kelsey Rose is going to play. Okay, so she just says, whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to make my 11 point. Should I go 10 to 5? Shall I go 6-1 hit? Shall I go 18 to 13? And the 2 plays that come to mind for me is to make this play, make the 11 point and go 18 to 13, or go 18 to 13 and 10 to 8, minimizing shots. I would not play 6-1 because it's just the tempo is not so important. And now Patty hits 2 checkers. I think she's probably thinking that she'll have a double shot at, instead of a single direct shot at the checker on her own bar point. I think I would have hit on my bar point instead of the 15 point, but I cannot say that Patty Knapp made the wrong play. I do not know off the top of my head. But now she has hit and she's made her 5 point, and now Kelsey remains with 2 checkers on the bar. Now, a double right here from Patty would be not very good because it's just giving Kelsey too good a chance to turn the game around and find a good redouble. 5-4, I believe Patty should just point on Kelsey's head on the 2 point, but she says, I don't want to point on anybody's head. I don't want to make the 2 point behind that anchor. Instead, I will make an 8 point and hope to be missed. Now, I would have just pointed on the head because I wouldn't want to be hit. Now, Kelsey enters with double 3s. It's a very good entry number, short of a hit. And she's come in with 1 of them. She has 3 remaining. So she can make her 5 point, either like she's looking at here, or that's what I think is right, or she could have gone 3, 8 to 5. Or she could have made her 10 point and found a 3, but the 5 point is more important than 10 point. Now, this is a bad throw for Patty Knapp. She cannot roll a 6 or a 4 to make, or a 3 to make her bar point, or a 3-2 to make her 4 point. But she rolled a 3-5, and she's got nothing better but to anchor up on Kelsey's 4 point and just play 7-2 and hope to be missed. Minimizes shots. So another double 3 for Kelsey. so she says to herself, no matter what, I'm going to go 11 to 8. Sometimes that habit of moving prevents you from seeing the right play. Now, I think that's an okay play from Kelsey, but she could have made her 10 point and put more blockade upon Patty's back checkers. Now, Patty, again, I'm not saying that Kelsey did not make the right move. I would have been inclined to make the 10 point because I'm behind in the race and I want to put a blockade in front of my opponent. And so Patty was able to escape her back checkers and make the 9 point, blocking Patty's 4 back checkers. And Kelsey has responded. I mean, if I mix up the players' names, Kelsey and Patty. Kelsey Rose is playing the red checkers, bottom. Patty Knapp is playing the white checkers, top. Kelsey has rolled yet another double 3. I think it's 3 in the last 4 or 5 rolls. And she's made her 2 point, which is most likely to stop Patty from turning the cube because she might be afraid to run into trouble clearing her midpoint against Patty's midpoint. But now Patty, against Chelsea's midpoint. So Chelsea now rolls a 6-2, doesn't break her board. Patty again refrains from doubling. Yes, the score mitigates against a double, but the position is pretty good, and Patty Knapp is not going to get gammon very much from here. Now she might, with that great roll, she might try for a gammon if Kelsey doesn't roll a double 4 or 6-2. And she doesn't. She says, all right, I'll make my bar point. And Patty, she might try for an undoubled gammon and getting the Crawford game. And now Kelsey slots her 4 point. It's possible she should have done that last turn. And Patty plays the 4-6. And she prepares to clear her 8 point. She could prepare to clear her 8 point with 8 to 5, and that's usually what you do. You leave more immediate blot numbers, but you also take advantage of all the numbers you've got to clear your 8 point. Now, Kelsey could have stopped on the 8 point, the 7 point of Patty and made her 4 point, but she elected not to. She would have forced a direct shot had Patty rolled 6-1. But now Patty cashes the game. Is it such an overwhelming cash? I suspect it's a pass for Kelsey, but there were blot numbers. 6-1 would leave a direct shot. 6-5 would leave a double direct shot. 5-3. What would 5-3 do? Not sure, but the likelihood of getting a hit in that sequence is small. So Kelsey decides to pass. So she opened with a 6-2. Now that's a good way to open if you're at a deficit in your score. It might not be quite right according to Extreme Gammon, but it's a good practical choice because people have not seen the opening 6-2 played that way much. If they've learned to play after the robots came in. So I played somebody just a little while ago, and I was way behind in the match. I opened 6-2, I slotted my 5 point. My opponent rolled 3-1 and made their 5 point instead of hitting me. And hitting me was right. My opponent probably had not seen an opening 6-2 played that way in a long time. Now Kelsey, that's an interesting choice that Kelsey has with a double 5. It's not bad to attack and try to put 2 on the bar and try to cash the game soon. She could have done so and kept her 8 point and made her 1 point instead of her 3. That would give more coverage to points in her inner board. There were other plays where she did not hit twice at all. She could have hit 1 loose on the 3 point and made her 1 point and had retained her 8. Or she could have done something where she didn't hit at all. I forget what the trade-offs were. Now, Patty Knapp has entered and made a nice anchor in Kelsey's board. Now Kelsey, I'm afraid, has got to just go 8-2, hoping for a bad reply. Now it would be gutsy to go 13-7 and hope for, to play a back game or something like that after being hit, and not put things way down on the board. Maybe that's the best practical chance instead of 8-2, but I would have played 8-2 myself, and perhaps have been wrong. Patty has a nice advantage in this game. She doesn't have an outfield to speak of. Got a blot on her 1 point, and Kelsey has a blot on her 1 point. Patty has a nice position, and Kelsey decides to just play purely 13-7 instead of. She's got a lot of checkers back, and she's not afraid to be hit in that situation, especially at the score deficit. Now, Patty could have doubled down on the hitting idea by 8-2. This is an unfortunate non-hitting reply, a non-point making reply. But this is actually, I like this play by Kelsey because she makes a 3-point board and she's going to have to rely on tactics, right? Now Patty rolls a 4-2 and makes her 2 point. And Kelsey is hoping for something good now. Now I think she should just make that double anchor and go 13-8. Because the double anchor is going to be a lot of defense. She's going to have a lot of holding equity. And that's an excellent play by Kelsey Rose. Creating the double anchor. Now if I'm Patty, I'm still going to hit that thing, because even if Kelsey rolls an ace, Kelsey has got checkers deep in her board. There's the ace. I think Kelsey has got to hit rather than monkey around trying to play a back game with checkers deep in the board. She's hoping that Patty stays on the bar and that she can continue to attack and gain time to jump the back checkers forward. The like, okay, and so that is a fan by Patty Knapp. And unfortunately, after playing 3 aces by making the 5 point, Kelsey would have a 4th ace that would be destructive. She could make her 5 point and say, I owe you 1, but Patty would not like that. So Kelsey says, all right, I'll hit and I won't leave any return shots. Now she could have hit and left a double return shot, but and decided not to take any checkers out of play. Now she says, all right, I'm going to get an outfield presence instead of hitting. Maybe you're right. Certainly the best positional play on the board. They're clapping out there. Why are they clapping? Did somebody just win a tournament? Maybe somebody won the Masters or something. So now 5-3 by Patty. She's coming forward systematically. And 6-5 by Kelsey. Now Kelsey can again play safe and go to the midpoint. The question is, shall she do that? Or shall she hit on her own 9-point? Now, when in doubt, hit. Okay. Some wag has said always hit. Wag being me. When in doubt, hit is really the right thing. But now, all right. So Patty immediately switches to her 16-point and dumps on her 1-point. Now she did not have to. She could have moved one checker all the way to her 10-point. I think that would have been better rather than accept a blot on her 1-point, as she has done. Now she has no real choice but to enter with a 5 and push 2-1. She doesn't want to leave extra blots. Now, Kelsey Rose can hit on her 5-point and break a point, wherever that point may be, or she can get a 2-point, can make her 2-point. This is, I think that was a third way where she neither makes her point nor hits, deciding to break her double anchor. And Patty says, all right, I'll make a 2-point. And I've got a 4-point board and you don't. And what is the roll? I think it's a 4 and a 1. Now with a 4 and the 1, Kelsey cannot make her 8-point legally. But she still can make her 2-point. I would have made that 2-point because there's a duplication of hitting 3s. And there is a juicy double 5. I think now Patty should hit loose on her 5-point and find another 5. Now that other 5 might just be the one that maximizes covers, just like that. I think Patty's on fine play. Shall Kelsey Rose hit, or shall she accept a disadvantage and hope to hit later? It's hard to tell. 3 would have been bad. Now with a 5-2, I think that, maybe better than to make the 11-point with a 16-point would be to. She could either make the 11 and with the 8 like that, or she could have played 11-6 and 16-14, duplicating hitting 2s. Well, that would have been a good hitting 2 in any case. So she must hit while the hitting is good, and she's happy to cover her 2-point. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. She says, well, I could make a 5-point board, but I think she had to go for it because I think it's too easy for Patty to get home safely from here. Patty does roll a great number, making the 5-point, clearing the outside block. And Kelsey says, okay, I'm gonna try for a 6-point prime. That's the quickest way to get one, is to slot and hope to cover later. And Patty says, well, you might get that thing, but I am going to leave you 3 shots, including a double 4 to hit and to cover. That way I can clear better if you miss me. Kelsey comes around the corner, and Patty clears her 8-point and all her blots. Beautiful number with a double 3. And Kelsey says, okay. I'm going to come out. Or shall I go 9 to 8? Or should I go 16 to 15? There's the same number of ways to cover the 5 point. Patty does not double. I think she might be playing for gammon whilst she still can. There's a double 5, which is moves 20 pips, but it's not the best racing number that ever was invented. I think perhaps Kelsey should break the 22 point, leaving 1 checker behind. Just so, because if she doesn't break it, she's going to have to bury 2 checkers, one on her 1 point and one on her 3 point. And that would sort of violate, in a way, the saying, break your anchor rather than your board. Newer players don't know that rule. By and large, they don't. And they want to stay on a rearmost anchor. Okay, now Chelsea says, all right, I don't want to bury checkers. And now Patty says, I'm going to cash. She could have played for gammon. I don't think there was any sequence where Kelsey could have accepted next turn. I may be wrong. It might be a 2-1 followed by double sixes, maybe. But you know, when in doubt, you can cash, just in case you're wrong about there being few to no sequences where one can take it. Now, Patty's ahead in the Crawford game. She needs 1 point, and Kelsey Rose needs 2 points. No, not 2 points. She has 2 points, and she needs 5 points. And she is not allowed in the Crawford game, the first double match, the first game where anybody gets to match point. No one can double. Thereafter, should the trailer win that game, the trailer is then allowed to double as soon as it's their turn. Now that was a 5-3 by Patty Knapp, a 4-2 by Kelsey Rose, and a 2-1. Now this is a nice roll. What a nice roll for Kelsey. I'm not sure how to play this at the score. She wants to maximize her winning chances because an undoubled gammon isn't so much greater than just a single point win. She made her 5 point a good aggressive play, taking best advantage of opponents' straggling exposed back checkers. Now, Patty has elected to play 6-2, leaving two outside lots. Friendly people are coming into the room. Hello, Jennifer and Rory Pascar. So, in reply to Patty's 6-2, 24-16, unfortunately for Kelsey, she was not able to hit, and good old Patty Knapp was able to clear a blot in the outfield and make a nice 11 point. So this is a fantastic reply for Kelsey Rose, and she is indeed considering every play, and she's come up with making the 16 point, which is, I'm virtually certain, is the best double match point play. And Kelsey has found it. Now, Kelsey has not been playing long, but she's finding some sophisticated moves. I'm not sure whether she's got a teacher or what, or whether it's her own study or how she goes about improving her game. But that was an excellent move on her part, and she is now clearly winning this game. She just made her bar point for a 5-point prime. Patty's able to make the 4-point. And now Kelsey is, I think she's determining whether she should play safely for a 6-point or slot her 3-point. She plays safely for 6-point, probably best. I'm not so sure. But now Patty Knapp rolls a double 6, and she makes an instant 5-point board and gains a lot of pips into the bargain. Now that's a 3-something. Oh, a double 3. How nice. So she makes a prime. She makes a 6-point prime. And she says, all right, I do not wish to be hit outside and then counter primed after I come in quickly. And Patty says, I wish to leave a blot on my marker in case I hit and I can make that point. And Kelsey Rose says, I cannot afford to break my prime, so I'm going to play 5-1. And Patty says, haha, no, this is my game plan. Hoping that Chelsea enters quickly. She enters quickly. This is not the preferred variation for Kelsey Rose. Shall she put a checker behind, or shall she not? Not so sure. Now Patty Knapp leaving her bar point slotted long ago has paid off. And Kelsey's decision to dump to her 1-point has paid off as well. And Patty says, all right, I'm not going to hit you. I wish for you to break your prime, which you must do. Now, okay, so it's interesting. Now, there's an odd play that Kelsey may try, which was she elects to keep a 5-point prime. But she could have broken her 3-point and hoped to be hit, and then the opponent does not get away or something like that. Else stay on the bar. These are very sneaky sorts of maneuvers you might try. I'm not at all sure whether it was best in that position, but it was something to look at. 3-1, 3-2, hoping for being hit with a deuce. The opponent is not at the edge of your 5-point prime, and you keep your 5-point prime by staying on the bar, then your opponent doesn't get away. That was the idea, would have been the idea. So Kelsey goes to her 1-point. It might have been a little better for her to switch 5-2. Now, this 5-4 from Patty is going to be best played hitting and then bearing a 4 off, because Patty must leave a direct shot, and this way she at least puts, oh my goodness, and there's a 6-1. And Patty now, against this kind of play that now Patty says, all right, I don't want to be hit with a 6. And if I'm hit with a 1, then Patty might have to break her board. And if I'm not hit with a 6, if she rolls 6 and doesn't hit me, she is out of my hair. So I think that was the best play by Patty Knapp. And Jennifer's hoping, I'm not Jennifer, excuse me, I just saw Jennifer Preston over there. Kelsey Rose is just hoping to roll doubles while opponent rolls small. There's a 5-4, so scarcely matters how to play that one. There might have been some reason for coming in with 4 and bearing off the 5. Perhaps there was. I think there was, but these are tiny micro points or nano points we're talking about. Very low probability variations. So I would have played 6-4 and 5 off, hoping for 3 checkers off with various numbers. Now this is impossible for Kelsey to win, but she rolls, and now she knows it's impossible, and she congratulates the winner of this match, Patty Knapp. The veteran Patty Knapp versus the relative newcomer, Kelsey Rose. Very interesting match, especially if you're of the less than open category, open caliber perspective, because there were both players made some mistakes that were characteristic of a non-open player. For example, Kelsey not hitting when she really had to hit.
All right.
And Patty, and both players missing some strong doubles. Now we have got, I'm not sure if we have a match coming up, but it's about dinner time here in the Washington, D.C. area. I think I'm going to bail out of this commentary for the moment, or for the hour or two, and go get myself a bite to eat. You know, that was an exciting match in the Cherry Blossom Women's World of Backgammon Cup. Patty Knapp is certainly one of the stronger players probably in that tournament. We don't have Akiko, the twice world champion, attending. We don't have Karen Davis attending. Karen is playing in big international tournaments right now. We do have Marcy Kossar playing. Marcy is a very experienced woman player, and she's going to be one of the favorites. She's going to be one of the favorites, I think, in this cup event, Women's World of Backgammon Cup. She's around. She's been playing since the 1980s, at least. I've known her since the 1980s, when I've been playing for a while back then. Marcy's got a quick sight of the board. She's got an aggressive attitude towards the strategy of the game, which is what you want to have. And, you know, she's a serious player. She routinely does very well in women's events. She finished second in a big tournament. Was it last year's Cherry Blossom, perhaps? Maybe so. Yeah, she finished second to one of the world's top players, Victor Ashkenazi. And she had a good chance, but a very cagey veteran Victor did prevail.
Yep.
Maybe it was Minnesota tournament. I think perhaps it was Minnesota Viking Classic. Oh, that wasn't last year. That was last year. I'm not coming up with it. But recently, Marcy finished second. Could have been, I don't know. Could have been, would have been, should have been. I just admit that I don't remember. But you're going to see more exciting backgammon on this channel. I'm Marty Storer signing off. Please join the U.S. Backgammon Federation. Please look at the U.S. Backgammon Federation YouTube channel. Please search for Cherry Blossom Backgammon 2025 to see more backgammon as streamed by the organizers of this tournament. Marty Storer, temporarily signing off again. Okay.
Hi. I'll let you eat, but just wanted to say I love hearing your stuff. Do you think that it's possible to use a story like that? It's possible for me to go back to tomorrow and say,
Yeah, you can see you can search for Cherry Blossom Backgammon 2025, and you can see it's all streamed. It's all streamed and it's saved on the channel.
Great.
It's probably USBGF.
Awesome. Great.
USBGF Backgammon. But if you just search on YouTube for that, okay, that's exactly what you'll find.
Good. Yeah, I get to find out you say like.
No, I don't say that.
Welcome back. It's Thursday at the 2025 Cherry Blossom Backgammon Championship. Today we started our jackpots, and we ended up having 32 players in the Masters Jackpot. Tomorrow we'll have another 16. We do have one finalist already in the jackpots, and that is Greg Merriman from Michigan. We also have a winner in the warm-up events. In the advanced division, California's Candace Mayron has won the event. And tonight we had the doubles. We ended up with 32 teams, which I think is a record for Cherry Blossom. So far we have 6 teams still competing to get to the semifinals, but one of our semifinalists is Colorado's Carrie Horty and Laura Granger. On Friday, we will have more Masters Jackpots. We will also have the Women's World of Backgammon event. So far, it looks like we're gonna have 20 entries in that, which is going to be one of the largest Women's World of Backgammon events so far in the US. Friday night, we start the main event at 7 p.m., a new start time for us. We have a 3-loss Swiss, and so far we have about 150 players, right on track for what we had last year. Don't forget, we're streaming all weekend on the USBGF YouTube channel, and you can watch all the action there, or you can catch updates on Facebook and on Instagram. This is Ben Friesen. Hope you'll stay tuned this weekend and join us next year in 2026.